Good morning to you, Miss Goodwin. I hope that you're doing well. Why, thank you so much. I am so utterly flattered to start my day with the term gorgeous. That is like top 10 goals. Don't mind me as I move my microphone. Good morning, Crystal. Yes, we were on a little bit earlier today, but I really like early on a Friday, you know? It has vibes. Also, ladies, you'll be very proud of me. We're gonna let my natural hair just dry into its waves today. I have like released the need to feel like a what's the word for this? I was gonna say a debutante. That's not the word. I've released the need to feel glamorous because we are literally about to be building like mofos today. And I know I promised Dark Souls 3, but I had dreams about building in this game, so I feel like we have to. Is that a... No, it's a shadow. Okay. I started to have this, I don't know if you guys can see like the shadow on screen, but I was like, is this a light shadow or is this like my shirt? And oh, it's the microphone. Oh my god. Good morning. As you can all tell, I'm not alive. We are going to all wake up together, first with our little cozy aquarium, and then with, cause look at they're so cute. Look at the sharkies in the Atlantic. I thought your shirt got wet. Same. It's just the microphone shadow. Please, God. Someone call Jesus. I need to consult him. I need to cross oceans of traffic to find Jesus. That's how this is going today. But needless to say, we are going to be hopping into some Nightingale. I'm very excited for it, but I'm also very excited, by the way, about the quality of this music with our little aquarium. Like, look at this Sharky. He's so cute. Which, by the way, I feel so blessed because for the last couple days that I have been watching these little aquariums, or they're not aquariums, they're actually live cam footage, but for the last couple days that I've been watching the live cam footage, it was literally just a bunch of fish on a pipe, and I am so incredibly impressed that we have graduated to the point where a shark is just ambiently constantly floating through the screen. I feel like the shark gods bless me. And look at the belugas! Oh my god, they're so cute. See, I could be here all day just commenting on marine videos. Forget neuroscience, loves. My passion is the ocean. Apparently the orcas are not awake yet. I'm sort of tickled by the idea that the belugas are just, like, chilling. But anyway, guys, I hope that your morning is starting well. I am so excited to be back in Nightingale. I have to tell you guys, like, it's been a while since we've chilled with a game to the point where my hair is wet on stream. I feel like the last time we did this was Conan around Christmas, and I feel pretty good about that. So without further ado, I'm going to get ready to say hi, YouTube. So everybody put on your friendly face. I know, ladies, I know. I know. Trust me, my hair is wet on camera. I know. I know. Friendly this morning feels like it could be a stretch, but we'll try. But what is up, guys? We're going to be back in some Nightingale tonight. I am so very, very excited to see you all tonight. It's the middle of the day. As you can tell, I'm discombobulated. We're back in Nightingale. We're going to do some cozy building and crafting. Let's freaking go. We're not even introing today. We are literally just going. Ooh, that was rough. What was I doing? Oh, Synchronous Lotus. Okay, here's what we're gonna do before... That's a mood. I've never related more spiritually to any creature in my life than I did to that. Becoming insane. No one answer that. The answer's always yes. Oh my god, you guys. I could just scream. I hate it when I discover that the chest was supposed to have more than the chest had. I've got that on. Got these. So these are just perpetual, I'm assuming? I don't know. Didn't I make cards? Wasn't that a thing that I did? Does anyone know what's happening? Because I certainly don't. Okay, yes, I did. Alright, come on, Nelly. I am not even awake. I don't even know what year it is. We could be living in 1860 for all that I am currently aware. I don't mean in game. I literally mean in my real life. I am not asleep. God bless though. My poor people at my local coffee shop, they had the worst experience where their espresso machine broke this morning. And when I tell you that there was not just like one disgruntled Karen, there were like 70 of them. I was like, oh no. I felt so bad for them. I was like, imagine that you show up to work and your main feature breaks immediately. It's like, oh boy. It's gonna be that kind of day for the coffee shop, so. Later on, I have to circle back and see how they handle it, because the poor things were like racing to be on time. They were like, yeah, the expected delay for mobile orders is like 25 minutes. I was like, oh, you poor things. I was like, what broke? Because I have been there. It can be rough. And then what we're gonna do, so I think we're gonna go back. We're basically doing this because we want crafting ingredients. The worlds are nice and everything, don't get me wrong, but we're gonna go and do some like high-level crafting business. We're gonna make some like prettier looking gear because I don't mind the pink, but I would actually like to sort of expand our repertoire a bit. I feel like every time that we get hit, we're just so damn squishy. What's up, Not Assy? Good to see you. Afternoon. It's also gonna be nice. I'm excited for my hair to dry in its natural waves for once and actually start practicing what I preach. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. Oh, you're fine, dude. Listen, we all have days like that. I completely get that. But yeah, you guys never need to stress. I think when stream is an environment where you guys are free to just come and go entirely as you please, spoken or unspoken, that's when it's the best environment, you know? Yeah, they're cool, dude. I really have to say, I'm very much addicted to my throwing sickle, as I'm sure that everyone watching the combat noted. But no, I like the forest worlds because we can get a bunch of materials that we can't normally pick up in our little desert paradise. Because even though it's fun to fly around the desert paradise, I do feel like it's the most boring of the worlds at the moment. So I'm a bit like, let's go find some stuff. Making some pizza rolls. Oh, that sounds so good. You can never go wrong with pizza rolls. Are you tier 2? You are tier 2. Oh, nice. I need tier 2. Gimme. Mommy has clothes to finish. Anything pizza-based is always just a good time. It's really funny, too, because I used to be clowning people about how there was, like, a right and wrong way to do pizza, and I'm like, guys, I'm completely kidding. I was like, I'm a Jersey Italian, trust me. This is not going to be an authentic experience. Actually, in some places it is by us, but it's, like, few and far between. So I always laugh with people, because I'm, like, not a seafood on pizza person, but, like, at the same time, if it's not my pizza, what the hell do I care? That's very much my philosophy with food. As with most other lifestyle decisions. I'm like, I do not care. As a matter of fact, the less thinking that I have to do in my life, the happier my life is. I'm so sorry, but this deer felt like it was absolutely tempting fate. I've never seen an animal so chill about having a sickle thrown at its head. So it just, you know, natural selection. And I started flinging. Oh, that's awesome, dude. Bumming me out about it. See my mom. I'm so sorry, Not Assy. I know that feeling. It's really hard when you... It's really, really hard when you have family members and toxic stuff has gone on with them. I'm so excited, though, that you're going to have a late birthday party for her. I hope it's a wonderful time. I hope she really enjoys it. It's a great time of year for that. Especially, too, because I think on your time zone, things are, like, heating up slowly, right? If I remember correctly. I mean, like, weather-wise. How much damage am I doing? Ooh. Actually, this would have been the right time for an explosive. I hope it's wonderful, dude. I always love that vibe. Ooh. Tier 2. Let's go here. I'm so sorry, dude. It's so hard. I'll tell you something. I am so concerned about everyone for the hurricane. Please, everybody, just be safe. Be very proactive about your physical safety and health at this time. Literally, do not worry about the rest. Life is a whole lot harder when we don't have those basic things taken care of. I'm so concerned about it. Like, now that I've actually seen more about it, I had no idea it was happening because I've been on a serious social media break. But once I saw that, I was like, oh my god. Indeed, Knight. And it's good to see you, Knight. How you doing? How you doing? There was a... Oh, it's so pretty. There's a blimp flying over there. I wonder if we're gonna get to go and mess around with it. Are you quartz? You are, but this was a pretty... This is a very pretty outcropping of quartz. I'm not sure what English was about to happen there, Knight, but there was about to be some Englishing happening. Oh! Okay, that one made me nervous. Grades are doing good and the teachers ain't teaching anything important. Yeah, exactly, dude. Whenever you can. I mean, it's so good to be able to get like a nice little break as well. I feel like people don't realize that a big part of learning has to do with, like, also giving the students a break. Can I not? Saskatoon! That's so sexy. A new berry type. Marigolds! My masochist marigolds are blooming wonderfully. Aren't they wonderful? Listen, I really appreciate the masochist marigolds. That could be Triss's new title. Canonically. Especially after that whole torture scene with Manga. I feel like we could definitely make an argument for Masochist Marigold. I'm completely kidding. Unfortunately, I'm so deadpan that I think I have to start quantifying it when I'm getting. Because I'm like, uh-oh. Like, I'm gonna get myself in trouble. I'm in danger. Just gonna hit myself with a water bottle now. Listen. It could be one of my grenade satchels. And that's the real loss, you know? What's the difference with me? You'll never know. Oh, wait, that's right. We die if we run out of stamina and water. That's one thing that I have to tell you guys that I was not prepared for the consequences of. I was like, man, you need to tell me that we... I was like, oh my, Valheim energy. Which is yet another one that I have yet to play, and I'm very excited about it. I think that's going to be a really good experience. What are you? Oh, just regular wood. I was very convinced there for a moment that I was looking at something spectacular. In this game, sometimes there's moments where I'm looking at a crafting material, not realizing that it is exactly what I have at home. Don't be too tired to swim or you'll drown. Well, I mean, and it's factual, right? I just wish that they would give us like a float on our belly option. I think that would be really cute. But like, while you're floating on your belly, you only then have so long to regenerate the stamina. Like, something that would make stamina specking really fun and interesting. I like those kind of challenges, personally. I don't know if that's everybody's jam. But I am also a certified weirdo. So who knows? Are you what I think you might... No, you're shimmery. This lighting is making it so difficult to tell if anything is copper here. You do not look... No, you are... Zinc? Maybe? I don't even know. The next Saturday, I've sadly got a funeral. Oh, not. I'm so sorry, dude. What a mixed bag of emotions event-wise. But then have a good time. Yeah, absolutely, dude. That's the spirit, too, is to treat it as a late birthday gift for yourself and just to be able to decompress as well. I'm so glad that you have happy events interspersed among things, but I'm so sorry for your loss, man. There's nothing easy at all about loss. These are just basic. I don't know why I keep on thinking I'm gonna find like something fantastic in a rock pile. I think it's like the gem girl in me coming out. You know a crystal lady when you see one because we just have to pick up every rock. I'm so glad that you're gonna treat it as something very relaxing and a good way to decompress. And taking the day off too from the learning, because I'll tell you what, that is a very healthy thing as well. Like just being able to have breaks and let your brain rest a little bit creates so much more room for comprehension than I think folks realize. Because I used to mentor people who would do a lot of cramming because it was in the biological sciences. I'd constantly just be like, yeah guys, just make sure you get a full night of sleep because you're better off spending 20 minutes studying, right, but having a full night of sleep for your memory retention versus cramming, losing the sleep. It's like you might cram, but you're not going to retain it. Get up peacefully and that he doesn't have to suffer no more. Oh, bless him. Nah, I'm so sorry, dude. There's nothing harder than dementia. Of all the things that are terrifying. Johnny, it's good to see you. Welcome in, dude. I hope your day is going well. I need to do what? Well, I cursed myself by flying to that island. So now I shall learn. It's a duck! I immediately heard Monty Python. A duck! Twitch is just rehearsing for an upcoming show in his house, and I've been zoned out listening to him. Very nice, one-legged. Who is it? That's so dope. I'm so excited for them. I love it when musicians will do that. I also love it when they're big enough where they don't need to be, like, monetized, so it doesn't matter if Twitch supports what they're doing musically or not. You know what I mean? Like, I always enjoy that experience of just being able to see an artist in their element, just completely unbothered by the constraints of the platform. Audio, lead singer of Coheed and Cambria. Wait, that's awesome, dude. Oh, good for him. I love that he's doing that. Transparency is such a fun thing when it can happen with artists. Like, I've always loved, do you know, like, so if you guys have favorite painters and you ever, like, watch them warm up or you watch what they're using as references, I'm always so fascinated by that, like, when they will create playlists and stuff, and it's just like, this is what I use to get inspiration. I'm like, oh my goodness, I could nerd about this for hours. Because I found Naja's playlist from Alcest, and the minute that I found that, I was just like, I am all over all of this, thank you very much. Johnny, thank you for the 5-stream streak, dude. How is Lies of P going? I was thinking about that yesterday. I was like, ooh, this sounds fun. I promised everyone Dark Souls today, but I had literal dreams where I was crafting in this game. So I was like, well, I think we're pretty stuck. Oh, those are some spooters. Good morning, spooters. Bad news, spooters. I'm so glad, dude. I've heard amazing things. I've heard it's very challenging as well. Ow. Nelly, watch out, please. I love how Nell is just like, absolutely not. But yeah, these are totally... Actually, these aren't the Orb Weaver model, but they're damn close. Let me correct myself from last night. These are not quite the Orb Weaver model, but they're dang close. I'm so excited, dude. That's one where definitely the next time that it's on sale, I'm grabbing it. Because I'll tell you what, I've seen it go on sale a couple of times, and each time I've been tempted. Pumpakar started a YouTube channel during the lockdown trying to teach people art for free named David Finch. Wait, I know David Finch. Not like personally, but I know of him. Wait, that's so awesome, dude. That feel easy to vivid and I don't like it. Yeah, right. I'll tell you something. Lucid dreaming is the other one that feels really, really weird. Like I've started listening to affirmation tracks and stuff before bed because I just like to have like something quiet and soothing on. Because what I was doing is I was putting on my favorite audiobooks, but then I was making so much progress from sleeping with the audiobook on that I was like, I can't use the audiobooks anymore. So I'm just finishing them a little too fast. The only one that I could probably do that with is Andy Serkis's Silmarillion. But I agree, lucid dreaming is terrifying. I love anybody though who's like teaching their craft and like the specificities of it for free. Like especially too, I always feel very passionate about this even with stuff like streaming. It's like we should never be gatekeeping information if we can help it. Sometimes you can't really help it. Some stuff you kind of need to... Sounds like it's going to... Oh, yeah. Oh, dude. My dreams have been absolutely unhinged. I was having, thankfully, just a nightingale crafting dream last night, so it wasn't like... It wasn't anything that I would necessarily say was, like, alarming, but I completely empathize. I have had a couple nights where I've woken up and just immediately started writing out to my best friend what my dreams were, and she was just like, man, dude, sounds like you're going through it. And I was like, yeah, a little bit, maybe. Sometimes rap, pop, rock, heavy metal. I'm so jealous for those of you that can sleep to music. I am not capable of doing that at all. I'm like one of those people who also can't study to music because it becomes so distracting for me that I'm just like... It was like I have to have a completely silent environment to study effectively. It's one of those very frustrating things about my brain that for the longest time in neuro, I was getting so stressed out. Dream with a Wendigo, but it wasn't a Wendigo. It was a woman that was all contorted in a way that she looked like one. Ooh. Actually, that's more of a Wendigo dream than I will say the majority of the stereotype. Like, that's what cracks me up, is that I was like, where did everyone... Like, and I understand that it's a pan-European, early pagan influence that created the, like, deer and goat and, you know, animal skull imagery that we typically affiliate with this creature, but I'm like, they're supposed to be highly intelligent, frighteningly intelligent zombies. I was like, yeah, none of this actually fits the description for what the thing is. Like, I love our little cameo from the one in Nightingale, but I'm like, yeah, this would not lore accurate be a Wendigo, you know? So I'm always really fascinated because I'm like, ooh, that's actually more in line with a Wendigo dream. And it was an army of them. Yeah, it's very in line then. I got stabbed in a dream last night, like in an already weird, non-violent dream, so it was very shocking. That is strange. Ooh, one leg. That also could speak of emotional trauma. And I'll put it to you this way. I think this time of year for a lot of us, now I could be completely wrong. I know for me, I have a lot of back to school trauma and like a lot of just horrible things that have happened to me in the autumns of my life. Like objectively, it's my favorite season, but for some reason, this is the season where I historically had a lot of stuff. So I was having these bizarre dreams about like friends betraying me, like weird stuff. And then I was like, oh, I'm literally looking at unprocessed gunk psychologically, where I'm just expecting to get stabbed because that's historically happened in this time period. You know? I think I treated them as pets. Oh, I love that though. That's such a wonderful it reminds me so much of Harry Potter when he was like ridiculous. While I was in school, it helped me study while trying to become a nurse. Yeah, absolutely. I know Neebs. I have heard of Neebs. Didn't he unfortunately pass, if I remember correctly? Don't quote me on that. I'm not good with gaming figures. I've heard of a couple of names, but not anybody that's like super exciting. Number 9/20, 2003 was yeah, exactly. There you go, one leg. And it's like unfortunately our bodies really do. Like, I'm not gonna say that everything in the body keeps the score is necessarily something that I would agree with, especially from a modern data standpoint, but there is definitely a memory in that anniversary trauma that's being activated, most likely there, and creating some discomfort. I'm so sorry, dude. What an absolutely rough thing to have happen. Like, as if the memory alone is not hard enough, your body is just like, would you like to remember more? Make sure to try and ignore it, right? Yeah. Well, that's the thing too, like what I love. There's 5 guys. I cried when he died. Oh, I know. I hate... Fuck cancer, man. Cancer's horrible. Anybody out there who's dealt with it, one-legged included, I'm so sorry, guys. I hope that you all are finding peace and comfort in your lives now. Spaces of greater ease, let's say. 'Cause it certainly is not easy, that's for damn sure. Song by Neebs Gaming, it was called the Boba Fett song, and it was enjoyable. Yeah, I never got around Neebs' content. You guys are making me like want to check it out now, which I'm really excited about. That would be really cool, actually. I don't really do a lot of content surfing in my spare time. I kind of try and avoid the internet when I have time off. This oh no, glioblastoma. I'm assuming. Scientifically minded, but you have to be willing to accept the fact there's so much we don't know. Exactly, one leg. Especially too, like, it's funny. I think a lot of people don't realize this, but all of our modern science was actually based off of some very, very rigorous early occultism. So it's really interesting when we talk about where empiricism actually hails from. And the actual work that goes into this practice is much more extensive than people realize that it was. Yeah, I've never checked out anything from it. I'm like, I would definitely love to, though. I think that would be very fun. Well, and this is my biggest thing, one like too, is I feel like having flexibility of thought says to me this, right? Like, if I have an experience, I'm not going to immediately put it into one category or another. I'm going to be open and flexible about it. But definitely there's some moments where, like, when you see a lot of stuff happening and it's consistent and repeated, like, even from an empirical standpoint, right? We have certain measures for statistical significance after which something is no longer a coincidence. Now, that's not to say that we initially think that it is what it is at the onset of that initial experience, but it's definitely happening. And I think that one thing that's really fascinating is, like, the farther we go into empiricism and all of this is, like, you find that there's actually way more flexibility in the people who learn how to hold empiricism lightly rather than making it their whole, like, battle cry. Does that make sense? Less banner holding and more excitement. Hey, that's so exciting. Nah, enjoy it, dude. That's such a good feeling. I felt like that about all the Lore Olympus releases. My life feels devoid without Rachel Smythe in it now. I loved her interpretation of the mythos, and just, it was so fun to play around with while it was really big. So sad. They do Arc, somebody's died Conan. Oh, Crystal, I'm definitely gonna check out this person's content. I'm so sad. That's so, ugh. I'm telling you guys, though, a lot of people, and I think it's a really interesting topic, a lot of people do turn to content creation themselves because of, you know, a physical limitation or a physical struggle or something that they're going through that really makes them want to be around the wider public, especially in disciplines like streaming. Because, and I'll say it again from last night, one of the biggest things I think that's a marker of intelligence are people who are able to be around people socially. Torture, because I couldn't have the food in the comic. Yeah, that would do it. Historical evidence would tell us that witches were early scientists. And that, yeah. Well, and so here's the thing. I wouldn't reduce it down that far, but they weren't. It's like, because witchcraft and occultism, by the way, are like not the same thing. So that's the only reason why I specify is that, like, basically higher ceremonial stuff is absolutely not the same as what you will find from a lot of pagan sources, and there's a lot of people who get prickly about it, so I want to, like, specify before we, It would be like, imagine calling biochem and medicinal chemistry the same thing. You will get absolutely tarred and feathered. Which is so counterintuitive, it really is, but you'd be surprised. Like, oftentimes spiritual people are the prickliest people I've ever met. They're like, you should have patience and calm. I'm like, no, I specify because I think one of the harder parts is that, like, and this is really, it's like, for scientists, it's one of those things where the nasties really come out of the woodwork whenever we talk about the history of occultism, the church, and what went on there, because I think that there's really this painful wound that a lot of people have where they don't realize, hey, Lord, what's up? I don't think that people, ooh, it was steak and soup and cheesy pasta, very jealous, very jealous. I think what a lot of people don't realize is that, like, at the time, right, the church was essentially the source of education. You really didn't have that many options. So it's kind of a fascinating conundrum that we get into, and I think a lot of people get very nasty about the origins of the church and what they were actually up to and doing, because there's kind of this wound where we think that science and spirituality are so disassociated from each other, but they're actually deeply interconnected. They have so many more crossovers than we realize. It's like the minute that we found out about the multiverse, I think that was one of the moments in my life where I was like, oh, it all makes so much sense now. Especially too, like when you go into theories of the paranormal and you connect the multiverse theory into that, it's like, oh, the possibilities here for physical anomalies are endless. The idea that you could possibly be not contacting the dead, but in fact contacting people on a different plane of our own version of existence. It's like, it's so exciting and cool, and I think inspiring. And then you get people who are so reductionist that they want to just toss the whole thing out, and it's like, no. It's so cool though. But I get it, like there's a fragility, you know, especially to what we don't understand, unfortunately. Blue cheese or ranch? Always ranch. I hate blue cheese. I am not, in general I shouldn't be having cheese, but blue cheese in particular just really turns my stomach. There's something about knowing cognitively that it's mold that I just can't overcome it, you know what I mean? I live in like a very damp house. Like I just can't get over it. What kind of ranch? Ooh, spicy ranch is the best ranch. At least in my opinion. Exactly. It's like, you know, for example, I study quite a lot with Astaru and Norse paganism alongside of traditional occultism. So it's like when you have all disciplines sort of represented in what you're doing, when you're using both a pagan approach and then you're also using, which I would say is definitely a little bit more earthy, natural. It's like these are completely different topics. Whereas traditional occultism is like this actually very distinguished, incredibly rigorous field that's like, it's almost impressive how intense that it gets, if I'm being honest with you guys. And it's something that, like, even among my friends, there's quite a lot of practitioners, even in, like, the mindfulness disciplines, who get very prickly about it. They are, Crystal. They are so interesting. And witchcraft and occultism, by the way, also have almost nothing to do with paganism, which is, like, its own separate... Like, we could go into this for hours, but there's basically very specific subcategories, right? And there's very specific things about each subgenre that, like, make them unique. So I think one of the more fascinating aspects is that I think one of the most fascinating aspects of these practices is that the more that you learn, the more that you realize that you don't know. And so what you find is that usually when people are getting very angry, fragile, or like very over the top about needing to like specify what they do, it's usually coming from a place of great insecurity about what they do. You know what I mean? Like most people who are very confident about their information don't have to like be over the top about demonstrating that they have that information, you know? It's part of the reason why, and it was very funny last night because at some point, you know, and like a good friend of mine, because he's hilarious, he was just like, it's really funny because he's like, obviously you're not going to put your CV on stream. He's like, and I know that you work the stuff that you work, but a lot of it is like the good faith of trusting people on the internet, right? To not be humble bragging. And for me as an autistic woman, it's so out of the realm of my experience that people do stuff like lie on their resume. Like back when my ex stole my resume, I had no idea that he copied my resume. I was like, what do you mean? This isn't a thing that should be able to happen. Would myth be under occultism then? Whole separate category. So the study of mythos, symbolism, and all this, I think for those of you who are very interested in the overlap, a good place to start for all of you would be Jung, actually. Because Jungian psychology has really kind of beautifully unfolded many of these mythos without being disrespectful to them. Jung is somebody who has really held a lot of it lately. Jung is a prime example, by the way, and this is why I was saying that he's very slept on in the psychology circles, because Jungian psychology honestly does more for many of the patients than a lot of what we see with some of these traditional methods. Yeah, Jung is great. And this is the thing, like, I think one thing that we talk about, right? Came for the game, stay for the wicked cool conversation. What's up, Mama? It's so good to see you. I think one of the biggest things that I've learned since practicing in these disciplines, right, is that the calmer that we are about all of these things, the better the discussion can be. Whenever you catch somebody, especially in occultism, witchcraft, paganism, any of this, any academic discipline, and they're getting hot-headed, step back. There's a pic of Cletus! Oh, I'm so excited. I will definitely love it. I have got to tell you guys, the Greeks and the Romans are actually what I have not really explored, which I would love to get further into. What? Maggie? You're absolutely indomitable spirit. Thank you so much for so many wonderful years of fantastic poise and presence. Some of the best and wittiest humor ever seen in film and television. Thank you for being such a role model to so many of us, myself included. That fucking sucks. But you know what? Good for her. She lived a fantastically excellent life. She leaves behind a wonderfully distinguished legacy. Oh, it sucks. May it have been peaceful. May her family be comforted. Her friends be comforted. Ah, stream. Thank you so much for telling us, Emmy. Oh, Maggie. Absolutely indomitable woman. Fantastic woman. Oh, fantastic, fantastic entertainer, but even more so than that, just incredible person. Absolutely incredible person. Ooh, that one hurts. I have not had a celebrity death hurt in a very long time. That one hurts. Man, this is an Alan Rickman scale of loss. Fuck, man. Maggie. What a wonderful human being. I'm so thankful that we had her for as many years as we did on this earth. She has been just such a light to so many people. Honestly, I feel like we all have a Maggie Smith experience, you know? Whether we know it or not. God, I always go back to thinking about her in Downton Abbey and just how absolutely freaking fantastic that she was. What a sad, sad day. Shit. But you know something? And I think we can take comfort in this. One of the areas where science and occultism do overlap directly is that energy is never created nor destroyed. So, may the energy of her passing usher in someone who can be a worthy successor to the legacy that she leaves behind. That one's a bitter pill. It's so funny, I don't even think of her for Harry Potter, you know what I mean? For me, I just go right to Downton. For me, I just go right to her actual humor in interviews. What a wonderful person. What an absolute spitfire of a woman. She was so cool. She's so cool. Her vibes are just immaculate. Oh my goodness, I have to text my father in a bit. He is probably out of his mind. Welcome back, Not Assy. Unfortunately, we received the very sad news that Dame Maggie Smith has passed away about 2 hours ago today. couldn't find no ranch for your pizza rolls. That's an emergency. That is indeed an emergency. Oh, heart's heavy. And you know something? Thank God, everyone, by the way, that we live in the digital age that we do. I know so many of us talk about, like, wanting to go back in history. You know, this is one of those moments where I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm so thankful that we live in the time period that we do, where we can watch her media on repeat and still evoke her spirit. Because I'll tell you what, you could not pay me to live back in a time before that existed, and there was no comfort in death. There was no ability to bring a person's spirit into the room as vividly. You know what I'm saying? With digital media and entertainment, because we have videos of people like Neebs, of people like Maggie, we're able to still witness that spirit for ourselves. And I think that that's really a gift that it's very fascinating. Whenever I see people disillusioned with our modern age, I'm like, but especially for the age that we live in regarding grief, thank heavens that we have these mediums. Truly, thank heavens that we have these mediums and that we will be able to all continue to experience her into the future. Because Maggie Smith is one of the powerhouses, one of the real and true, I think, still remaining greats of film and television. You're a spotter, Harry. I'm so sad, Crystal. But you know something? Long distance communication, though, the entertainment is a close second, exactly. Make some parents listen to loud phones and tablets, yeah. I will say this, I think that in the age that we live in, and I want to stress this, your online friendships are just as valid as your IRL friendships. When I talk even about the goals of my content, part of the reason why I stress building IRL communities has to do with the idea, right, that your online friends can easily become your IRL communities. I think that when we hold those two views together, one thing I want to say, by the way, one thing I want to say right off the bat in this discussion, parenting is an incredibly difficult task, especially in today's era. This is not an easy world to be the parent of a child in. So if you are a parent of a child out there watching this, stepchildren, any situation in which you are interacting, or even if you're just a very involved caregiver in the sense where, like, you're, you know, an uncle, an aunt, niece or nephew, we're living in an incredibly challenging time for average everyday people to, first of all, just exist, let alone raise children in. So I hold absolutely no judgment for those who choose to use phones and tablets and digital media. When I talk about the goals of my content, my biggest thing is that, like, I want us all to understand that, like, the main population who desperately needs therapy and can't access it mostly uses the internet as a result of it. And so it's very important that we help people, especially those of us that do have the proper education in mental health services. It's important that we help people develop coping skills and methods of discussion and methods of, you know, being able to review one's own thoughts without perhaps exacerbating the more negative effects of mental health symptomology. Like, if you have the chops for it and you can do it, by all means do it. Like, long distance, yeah, we have so many things at our disposal, and one of the greatest things that we can all do, especially those of us trained in it, is actually try and make some real good for people, right? So when I talk about things like it's important to get outside, take a break, get some water, go for a stretch, take a walk, what I mean is that I never want you guys to feel like for 8.5 hours you have to be glued to the screen here watching me, and that you should not go for drinks with your friend, or that you should not go to a meetup. Like, when I talk about things that I get very frustrated with, and I do feel the need to clarify this, because, by the way, we're not talking as well about the mental health of the people who just now are coming home from TwitchCon and it did not go how they were hoping. Because whenever it's your first conference, or it's a large conference and it's a professional opportunity, right, there's a real and true heartbreak associated with things not going how you hoped that they would. Thank you, Ka, for that lurk. I hope you enjoyed, dude. There's a real and true heartbreak for folks not so much about the things that happened, but many times it's the things that didn't. And so one thing that I always like to, thank you for the follow, dude. So one thing that I like to be very, very specific about to folks is like, when I talk about getting out there and doing stuff, what I don't want anyone to feel is chained. What I don't want anyone to feel like is that your favorite creator should be out here saying, oh yes, there's absolutely nothing that's deeply concerning about people who are so emotionally dependent, where there isn't independent thought happening, where you don't see people carrying the good spirit of the people that they hang out with online into the general public and making more good. I think for me, that's where I get concerned, and so that's where I'll commentate, but I'm never judging people who have to spend a lot of time online, or do by choice, because of things like physical disability, intellectual disability. I myself am intellectually disabled, so I understand it. First to the internet for the age of 12 can give them brain rage, but at age 12 I'd slowly introduce them. Yeah, and here's the thing, it's a great tool as well, by the way, to teach people social norms, especially, I'm going to be honest with you guys, especially as somebody who is an autistic woman. There has been nothing more helpful for me, personally, than non-ironically using Reddit and actually learning social norms. And actually learning more social etiquette and really being able to like firm up some of my expectations. Like I would go into the RCPTSD section and I would listen to people talking about their experience and really just like read. Like I would spend all day reading. When I was very sick, I'd spend all day reading, or I'd spend all day kind of hanging out with like very cool people in their streams and their chats and seeing how like smoothly they would interact. And on my worst days, at the very least, it was at least human contact. You know what I mean? Like, you're at least hearing a human voice. And I think that sometimes we discount how valuable that actually is to people, especially people struggling with depression and suicidal ideation. Sometimes just hearing another person's voice guide you out of the darkness of your worst moment can be enough to shift those thoughts off of you, the heavy weight of them, to make you want to be here another day, and they're crucial and valuable. Thank you, Crystal. Absolutely. And I agree 100% that, like, I feel bad for the kids who had their idol growing up being somebody like Doctus. Yeah, I think one of the hard things, too, is that as we watch the culture evolve, and this is such a natural phenomenon for all of us humans, and I think that any parents of small humans know this, you're always going to be a little bit dismissive of what, quote-unquote, the kids get into. And part of the beauty of this is that it helps us develop empathy for our own upbringing. Obviously this does not excuse situations of abuse. I am not in any way about to be sitting here being like, yeah, we should make apologies for such things. But I will tell you this much. I think that when you realize that everyone is just doing the best that they can, genuinely, whether it's parenting, whether it's people online, whether it's people that, I mean, today, okay, my coffee shop had their espresso machine break. It literally exploded. Okay, an Italian espresso machine just absolutely said no today. And I watched about 30 people just completely dog one of the nicest people I know into a position where it's like anyone in a service industry is going to feel a little bit backed into a wall, especially when you're like 20 orders behind. So what normally should have been like a 5-minute mobile order wait turned into like 25 minutes, then 35 minutes, then 45 minutes. And it's like, I think when you really embrace this concept that every human being that you meet is just doing the best that they can, life gets a lot easier to live. Because we're not all so angry all the time. It's like, even last night I sat there with myself and I was like, "Aw, honey," I was like, "You're so angry still and sad about the hardships of what you experienced in neuroscience. That's fine, but like, please, for the love of God, bring it to your therapist." And I was like, "Yeah, I need to bring that shit to my therapist." And I was like, "Yeah, I'm doing the best that I can." And some nights I'm fucking bad. Niece gets into it when she's old enough. Right now, it's cows and ducks. Oh my god, Crystal, that's so cute. Especially ducks. I feel like children that are into ducks are just my favorite. See, here's the thing, right? I'm in a very fortunate position where I actually have the same therapist as my father, which I know that all of you are going to be like, what? My father and I actually share a therapist because my dad is a 40-year therapy veteran. I am a 26-year therapy veteran. And I'll tell you guys honestly, I've been to a lot of therapy where it didn't do anything effective because I wasn't making great strides and changes in my life from having been there. I wasn't really learning coping. I was kind of just getting by. And I was making a lot of excuses for it too, like where you really enjoy the person, and it was really a dynamic where like these are people I could have been off getting coffee with, or they were like surrogate grandparents because my grandparents had passed away. But it wasn't really very beneficial and useful. For the people who come across excellent mental health technicians, it can be some of the most game-changing advantage in your life. But there are times where it's also not terribly effective. I, I think it helps discuss that it happens, you know? Sometimes you see people go into like almost like a psychological tailspin. Friends and family are my therapy, yeah. And this is the thing, everyone is different. Every single person that you meet has stuff going on that you don't know about, you know? Potentially even histories with some of this stuff that can be tough. That's why kindness is one of those things that I'm like, if you guys want to be the smartest person in the room, be kind. Don't go for book smarts, go for empathy. Every time. Disney and Netflix and lots of Wikipedia and Google Maps. I was amazed by all this knowledge and a small, yeah, right? It's so exciting. It feels like we have the Library of Alexandria come again in our pockets at all times. This is why when I was saying that story about like standing in the room with people who wouldn't Google a word, I'm like fundamentally frustrated that people don't see Google in their pocket and get excited. Rich tried to chat. So glad it's a heard and discussed issue in 2024. Agreed, Emmy. Agreed, and I think it's really important that we talk about it. Oh, I love that, Emmy. That's exciting to hear. I have to tell you guys, I was very hyped up about the commercials between Apple. Oh, thank you, Emmy. Dude, there's no higher compliment. I just want you guys to know that there's no higher compliment than when I hear you guys say that the space matters to you, because I'll tell you guys what. Every single entertainer, every single person that you guys meet has their own insecurities, and I think one of the most powerful things that you start to realize is that, like, the day that you realize that your favorite celebrity also has mornings where they wake up and they look at their skin or they look at their hair and they think, well, God, who would ever want to experience me? Your whole life changes because you're like, oh my God, they're actually not that different from us. My cat, she's gone, but she was there. Oh, Crystal. I have so much empathy for you, my friend. I'm so glad that you experienced her. I'm so sorry that she's not here. And War, it's so good to see you, dude. How you doing? How you doing? Or I was just thinking about you. How are things going? Also, I have got to tell you guys that one of my favorite phenomenons in the universe, so let's speak some serious positivity in this day, right? Because I'm so, or I don't know if you've heard the news, but Dame Maggie Smith has passed away, and therefore I would like to take this moment to talk about some things that we absolutely love. One of my favorite feelings in the whole world, so I've been thinking about one of my moderators and good friends for many weeks now. She's just been in my mind ambiently. So whenever one of you guys pops into my head, whether I've met you one time or I have known you for like many months, let's say, and you've been like a regular viewer, I think about you guys and I send you good vibes, right? Because I'm like, I want to see everybody succeed. It's kind of my vibe. I want to see us all doing well. So I was thinking about her for weeks and weeks, and last night, out of nowhere, she messaged me out of the blue. Now, I have been thinking to myself, I really need to message her and see how she's doing, because she keeps popping to mind. But I was kind of in that busy period in life where you're just, like, a little bit too busy to pick up the phone yourself. Like, you know that you need to, but you just can't quite make the action happen. And she messaged me last night, actually, and I was so excited to see it. And so one of my favorite vibes is when someone just arrives back into your space and you're like, oh my gosh, I have been thinking of you. I'm so happy to see you. How are you? Oh, thank you, Emmy. Dude, thank you so much. There really is. I mean this in full sincerity to you guys as well. There really is no higher compliment. I think one of the most important things that we talk about when it comes to the internet is that it is a very, very powerful tool to meet the right people, to meet people who feel like Soul Tribe, who feel like home. It's just also very important that we also encourage bringing that goodness out into the external world with us, even if all that that means for you is that you meet up with your IRL online friends and they become just as like, even if your online friends replace your IRL friends, or you find that you have more alignment with this group or that group, it's still a beautiful process. And I think that the fact that we have these platforms that can facilitate that is a really great thing. So maybe your goodness of bringing it out into the external world is being like, yeah, you know what? I am going to go meet up with those people. Why? Because they feel like home. Fantastic. Excellent. These platforms should always be like something that you're excited by and motivated by. Something that calls you to greater happy action, not a burden. And I think that that for me has become what, you know, like when people would be like, oh, like, well, what do you want your content to do? I was like, well, honestly, I'd like to get to a point in mental health and the internet where we talk about the fact that, like, the people that love you are always going to be the people who see you getting, like, freaked out. What's up, Lord? I'm so sorry, dude. I don't know what is going on with Twitch. This is like the weirdest time period. Last night, poor Cray had audio issues. I'm like, dang, dude. Honest to God, like, as the streamer, I have to tell you guys something too. I wish it was me. I'd love for it to be me. It's so frustrating when it's not. And it's so frustrating when it's just like, ah. I hate it when folks are getting locked out of stuff. Aw, thank you, War. And yeah, like, I just want to see us all bring the goodness that we can spread from the internet into more. Like, I agree with Emmy. I think we have the Library of freaking Alexandria. I think we have the Library of freaking Alexandria in our pockets, and we should use it to our greatest advantage possible as a species, which means actually uplifting each other, actually caring about each other's mental health, actually tending to each other. Community care, interdependent communities where we're actually able to have transparent discussions, where we're actually able to provide the care that most people either cannot afford or cannot access due to other limitations. It's like we have the chance here to do something great, and we should do it if we can. Got a week to wait, though. Oh, dude, that's the best feeling, though. I want them to bring back episodic television, by the way. I mean, thank you. Here, take a step. I have got to tell you something, dude. I'm so proud of you, by the way, and your boundaries. Thank you, Emmy. And that's honestly my goal. Like, I never want you guys to feel chained to the screen. In fact, the highest compliment... Do you guys know what really jazzes me up inside? And it makes me really excited. So I have a friend of mine who I have not seen now for a while, okay? A while. And the thing that really jazzes me up in my life is that they got a job outside of, like, being on the internet all the time. They have, like, friends from that job that they go out with, they hang out with. I'm so excited to see him thriving and not in stream. I could not be more thrilled for him because I know what stream was for him, which was very much a place that was, like, a respite for his mental health. But to see someone actually out there thriving in the world, making friends, doing big things, and, like, they don't, like, necessarily, quote, need to, like, lean. It's like the excitement of watching. I imagine that this is what surgeons feel like when you watch a patient walk again where you didn't think that they were going to walk. Like, whenever I used to be first starting in neuro, I would watch the videos of Miguel Nicolelis to get excited. Exactly, Lord. Exactly. But, and then I think the problem goes deeper. We also don't teach people how to study. And I really learned this with neuro because I had a fantastic mentor who, until he actually handed me his study guide, like a proper, like, this is how you study. Here is the neuroscience back way to retain information. I myself, who at the time was getting really stellar grades, right, had no idea how to study. I had been out here getting stellar grades, but I genuinely had no idea how to actually help my brain retain the information. And it was one of those life-changing transformational moments where you're just like, oh my gosh, I wish that they taught this in elementary school. I want so much more for our kids, that they will learn these skills and they will never struggle again the way that I used to struggle. Like, and I'm sure so many other people do as well. It's like, it's very hard to retain. This is such a... Wait, I'm actually so excited. Guys, what if they put giants in the game? We can nerd out about the Book of Enoch. And see, here's the thing, like, and I'll say this, Lord, I found that I don't get angry about it anymore. I used to have a real chip on my shoulder where I'd get pissed off about it. And then all of a sudden I was like, yeah, but let me be honest with you. Like, a lot of the people who aren't retaining the information are also forced to be working horrible jobs and in situations where it's like, if you gave them the option to be able to retain the information, it's very likely that they would try their best to. So I think as I started to get older and I started to get to a point where I realized that, like, my dad is just as able to learn Italian as I am. The difference is that he does literally not have the luxury of the time of day where he can devote the mental resources to do the thing. All of a sudden I was just like, you know, maybe I'm a bitch. And once I started to approach it from like a very gentle, and I'm talking a very gentle teasing of myself, where I was like, maybe I'm just being a bitch. All of a sudden it was like, oh, yeah. Why should they learn how to retain it? Well, and this is the interesting thing, right, Lord? I feel like the more that we motivate people to actually enjoy. So, do you guys want to hear a story? I used to hate, absolutely used to hate math until I realized that the problem was is that I just needed to move slower. And now I love math because I can go at my own pace as an adult. But as a child, I was terrified of, phobic of math because I just kept getting rushed. People immediately clinging to one thing that they see first and not digging deeper. Yes, War. And especially too, like, I will tell you guys this. It's very important to study the viewpoint of people you disagree with to better strengthen your own arguments. And I'm not saying this from a place where I'm saying that I'm 100% it either. Do not get me wrong. I have some freaking moments. I try to own them as best I can, but like we all have freaking moments where we get triggered or where there's like heavy emotions around the thing. So we're like not maybe, you know, moving from a space where we're in our best headspace. But as much as we all can, seek information from people that you don't agree with. It will change your life to realize. And you know, one movie that I love this for, by the way, is Antlers. I think that it's such a beautiful film when you realize that Frank Weaver had his industry bankrupted, and then his wife passed away. And so the neglect, the abuse, the ongoing horrors that you witness in the film are not coming from a place where it's like, I don't love and care about my kids. It's coming from a place where it's like, this is literally a person who did not have other options, and so was relying on the only economically viable thing to do, which was to sell drugs. And it's such an interesting headspace shift when you realize that everybody that you meet is going through some version of their own struggle. Everybody that you meet is probably just trying their best. Okay, teachers keep saying, oh my god, Emmy, I'm so jealous. And this is one thing that I want to just give a big shout out right now to Europe. I was so impressed by especially the Scandinavian countries, and particularly Hungary. I just want to give a big shout out to Hungary for this, because the Hungarian scientists were some of the most wonderful, warm, empathetic, lovely human beings I have ever met in my life. Isfan, you ever see my content? You are somebody I adore with all of my spirit. You saw a grieving young woman and applied logic to the situation instead of trying to turn me into even more of a show pony. I cannot express to you guys enough how much that leaves a beautiful impression on your spirit for all of time. Kindness, especially when it's your front row at the funeral, can be such a rare thing. But when it shows up, it's always valuable. Write it down. You're not learning by looking at it. And they never believed me when I said I got it from looking at it. Yeah. Well, and this is the thing, Emmy. Everyone retains information differently, but also everyone's preferred intake of information is going to be different. A lot of it is based upon, as well, like the context in which you were first learning how to intake information, right? Like, oh, and absolutely. Emmy, I am thankful every single day that you're in our community. I have got to tell you that. And I say our because I don't just count it as being like, oh, it's my community. I look at like Sinnoh, Phantom, Heartbeaks, everybody that we've like gamed with, Auburn, like we're all one big community. We're all one big love fest. In fact, I don't know if you guys heard about this and I'm really excited about it, but Twitch is rolling out that when we stream together, our chats are all going to automatically merge. How excited are you guys? How excited are you guys for that? I'm very excited for that. But when we all stream together, you guys will all be able to chat in just one place instead of having to have multiple tabs open. Except that we have different ways of studying, yeah, and that each one of us learns slightly differently, and that's the beautiful thing. Make sure, okay, so here's the most beautiful part, War. It will be on the streamer's end for us to all make sure that we're selecting stream together. Now, I have to look into the semantics of it, so before we get carried away, I want to make sure that this applies, even if we have like 8 or 9 people in a chat. But let me tell you guys, in full sincerity, that's the kind of development from Twitch that I want to see. Well, and this is the hard part, Lord, right? I think one thing that we have to focus on, and I agree with you completely on this, is information, verification, and literacy. Because the thing that really, and I will say this to you guys with full candor, the reason why you'll see me, like even last night, be in a spot where like I'm having a rougher time with things than I think most of you are normally used to me seeing. Part of the thing that made me lose my mind is that I was surrounded by people who would not look up the definition of a word. And as a result, it changed their whole interpretation of the data. So I would have grown people calling the work, and I'm talking like 80, 90 straight hours of data collection, worthless from a graduate student because they were too arrogant to look up the definition of a word. So until we teach people how to also verify their information sources, until we teach people how to use the tools responsibly and humbly, I think we're always going to have this problem. What's up, Harley? It's so good to see you. It's like we have to teach people responsible use of these tools, and then they will use them better. And this is the thing. When most people know how to do better, they do better. Like, have you guys ever been around somebody who does not understand the social etiquette of bringing back the shopping cart? Because I want to tell you guys something. You want to change things on a practical level, be the person who always brings the shopping cart back. Be the example that you want to see. Teach people how to read sources. Teach people how to actually look into information and how to verify things. Because let me tell you something right now. When most human beings see how to do better, they want that for themselves. Most folks who are like not doing the things that we would say are like good things, like they want to do better. Human beings are very intrinsically motivated by what we see each other doing. We're primates, right? So most of us actually want to do the right thing. Back in elementary already, and the teachers forced me to keep it simple so everyone understands. And this is the thing, Emmy. I'm so excited for you because I feel like because you also understand how to verify sources and look into the depth of information, you've got one of the best starts. Like, I gotta tell you guys something. Even if all you're doing is just vetting the podcasts that you guys listen to or like the YouTubers that you guys listen to, I think one thing that's really crucial is that we're always very humble and kind towards people who are just really trying to figure it out for themselves the first time. Like, nothing makes somebody less motivated to learn something than when they feel like the person teaching them is arrogant or condescending. It's like, we have got to normalize the idea of humility. We have got to bring humility into high fashion. Because let me tell you something right now. There is nothing uglier than somebody arrogant. Exactly, right, War? I love that. And it's fun and relaxing. But it's one of the reasons why it's like, you know, and I try to be gentle about it, but like, one of the things that was getting really frustrating was working with people who were like, we're studying PTSD models all day. And I'm like, then why is your graduate student's hair falling out at the root in front of us in this conference center? And you have not once today asked them how they are. And yet you're telling me that you're a distinguished PTSD researcher and I'm not supposed to become disillusioned, looking at the utter lack of empathy, humility, and any basic human decency that you're demonstrating towards your own students. Like, how am I supposed to take that data seriously? I meant physically irresponsible, yeah. Well, and this is the thing, right, Lord? And I'm saying this, like, basically, if you guys want to see something in society, be the model for that. Like, if my complaint rate is that people aren't kind enough, and then I'm a raging bitch, isn't that just so trite and hilarious? In so many ways. And I'm not talking like cute trite. I mean like, if the person who's like, you should be kind is the nastiest person that you've ever met, projection's a real thing. Be careful out there, folks. My first English teacher in 5th grade wrote clue instead of idea. My teacher asked my mother why I know. Oh, I love that. Wait, that's so sweet though. And I think one thing too that we don't talk about enough as well is like, for those of you that were very precocious, like I know for myself, I was a very precocious autistic child. I was the sort of kid who was reading books that like I definitely shouldn't have been exposed to at like 5 and 6, but screw it, it was reading, you know what I mean? And I loved it, and that was my favorite hobby, and it still is my favorite hobby. You made me this way, and I'll take responsibility for it. I think for me it's like, what I've kind of come down to is this sense of like, it's so cool when you see a kid who's able to do that. And for those that aren't, I have so much humility because I think one of the toughest things in school that we don't talk about is like, What do you do when your whole class is gifted that way and you're not? You know what I mean? Because I definitely know some kids growing up who really had a very hard time with that and were very angry kids. And it's like, well, why are they angry? Well, duh. Anybody's going to be frustrated if you feel like you're surrounded by a bunch of like borderline prodigies and you just happen to be the one not picked for the thing. Absolutely, dude. That is, honestly, that right there, that's exactly what we're talking about. That is kindness. That is kindness practically applied. And that's what I'm saying when I'm like, we need to bring kindness back into fashion. Is like, that's just basic kindness. Basic consideration. You can never go wrong with it. Okay, let's see. We are building a little housey house over here. This is genuinely just going to be a cabin. I know that you guys can't believe this. Try to withhold your shock. What else do I need for bricks? Oh, I need the masonry bench. Oh, I'm not going to be able to do bricks there. Read one word. I read the entire page. Oh, Emmy, I love it. Oh, absolutely. Well, listen, within reason, right? So the reason I tell people I'm not a nice person, I'm a kind person, is because a kind person will still tell you when you have them fucked up. And there is a genuine kindness in that. To being able to have good boundaries and tell people like, you're overstepping. It's like there is, if you're not kind to you first, but you're preaching being kind to other people, let me just tell you that if you want a portrait of resentment, that's how you get there. Just set the world deeper in your head, but it really does. Yeah, I'm telling you guys something right now. If you're having the worst day of your life, do something nice for somebody else. Order the person who's absolutely having a rough day. Like, ask them if they'd like any food or something. Ooh, that sounds delicious, Emmy. I'm so jealous of the cozy vibes of that. I love me some heavy rain cozy vibes. I've been getting back into loose leaf tea a lot lately for my vocal cords, and I have got to tell you guys, absolute game changer. I had no idea why I was like so fatigued by the end of stream, and it was like, oh, it's my vocal cords. But it's fun to determine. Oh yeah. Oh, not what I'm talking about is like when you see somebody and it's like they're having the kind of day where you can see on their face that like it might be their front row at the funeral kind of day. If you're having one of the worst days ever, one of the nicest and fastest ways to like transmute that bad day is to be like, hey, I'm running to the store. You want anything? And then usually, 9 times out of 10, it kind of gives enough of a, like, and we're talking about, right, like sliding a scalpel between 2 layers of what could be a really tough time for somebody. Sometimes it just opens that window enough for you're like, okay, there's room. I go to the store. I'm hella kind of, they know me there already and they give me extra stickers. Oh, I love that. Dude, I love that you guys have stickers. Wait, I'm so jealous. Callie, good morning. I was literally like, do you know that I just looked at the time and was like, wait, I must text Callie immediately. Good morning. I have fucked up. So thank you so much. Good morning. I was like, hold. Mary Poppins, the sickle assassin. You know, you're not wrong. Not is spitting facts over here. I've been called out. Lemon balm, lavender, and rose petal tea. Oh, Quantum, yes. You are speaking my language. This is the way to my heart. I did. Callie, I'm so sad. But I'm so glad that we got her for as many years as we did. I feel so blessed that we all had her for as long as we did. I feel so absolutely gobsmackingly blessed that we had her, you know? She was like the pinnacle. We were talking about how she was just this like ferociously wonderful person. And like no matter what you find in her history, she is just a beacon of light in the entertainment industry. I'm so sad that she's gone, but I'm so excited in a way that because we know that energy is never created nor destroyed, I really am curious who will step into the shoes of her legacy someday. You know what I mean? I hope that she inspires a whole generation of women to follow in her legacy. And men. And other people, and people who don't even identify as any sex at all. Quantum, I am so jealous. I hope that your day is going so well, my friend. This game is so cozy that I'm having dreams about crafting in it in my sleep. And, so while I said Dark Souls 3, I'm actually so glad that we didn't learn about Maggie while playing Dark Souls 3, if I'm honest with you guys. Moment of selfishness. Freaking blueberry. Oh, blueberry's delicious. No problem, Emmy. Enjoy. That sounds... Oh, heavy rains. Oh, heavy rains are so wonderful. I know lady at the checkout register while grocery shopping. She was alone with 3 small humans, and they were fussy. A horrible day. I'm sure it's on my face. Between her and the cashier, she turned to me and said in that low, somewhat abashed voice, sorry. Oh. I always feel for parents who are seriously struggling as well. Like, in those moments, I'm just like, oh my god. But then I wake up and play it, and it just ain't as much fun. Listen, does anything ever hit as hard? You guys remember back in Oblivion when we still had spellcrafting in the Elder Scrolls series? I want them to bring that back. I need the carnage of spellcrafting in Oblivion and how broken it was. I need them to, like, actually update that. I love making my own tea. My boyfriend isn't into the tea, but he takes and drinks what I give him when he's sick. I love it, Quantum. He knows the way. He may not be willing to admit that he knows the way, but he knows. MK, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Effie. I hope that you guys had an absolutely wonderful stream. MK, what'd you get up to? I'm assuming that you were playing Nightingale. It's a pleasure to meet you guys. Welcome in, welcome in. What did y'all get up to? We are having the coziest building stream, and it is just wonderful. It's so nice to meet you, dude. I love your name as well. It's evoking Token for me in the best way possible. Tolkien, actually. Let me pronounce his name properly. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm so glad that you guys had a good time. Now, were you mainly crafting focused, exploring focused, or is the answer just yes, because this game is beautiful and enchanting and wonderful? Wait. What's up, Bite Me? Wait, I love this name. Bite Me, Fight Me, Villainous. You are such a mood. Do you know that you are the moodiest mood that I have ever seen, and I'm obsessed with your name? If I could just... You are giving moodang right now, and I love it. Callie, this is exactly the moodang meme that you sent me, is the embodiment of this name. Bite Me, Fight Me, Villainous. Thank you so much for the follow, dude. Going for the link, eh? Thank you guys for the follows. What have I been building? So I just got into the Astrolabe Forest Realm. So prior to this, we were in the... Let me just check my cards real quick. I will tell you. Prior to this, we were in Welkin's Reach. Now, I love Welkin's Reach because it's like this beautiful hoppy desert. But I was like, I think I want to find some higher level crafting materials. So we're going to start traveling forward and back in time as much as we can. Because otherwise, I just don't... Like, I don't know about you, but I don't spend as much time in this game time traveling as I should. Hey, listen, the beautiful thing about magic is that everybody can do it their way. This is what I love about Deborah Harkness, by the way, and her Discovery of Witches series. If you guys have not gotten into that series, highly recommend. I have had just the best time reading it. What is the vision? I think here we're going to do a Tudor-style cottage. We're going to do something nice and cozy because we're in Astrolabe, we are in Astrolabe Forest territory. So we're going to do a nice little cozy cottage here with a little respite. Just something, you know, like very, very minimalist. I say that and we all know that I'm going to have Victorian street lamps and all this. I do build in every room. In every room. In every realm. I also try to get as many pats as many pats. Can I please English today? English would be great if I could English. But I do as many pets as possible. How about you, Em? Are you, like, known for big builds? Also, hang on. Let me make sure that I follow you because I'm like, wait. I sense a kindred spirit on the horizons. It's one of my favorite things about raids, which, by the way, for those of you who know, you know. When you get raided by absolutely awesome people, you're immediately just like, wait, I have to come check you out and follow you. Like, this instant. It must happen. I'ma come and hang. And that was definitely some English. Because I am going to come and hang out. That is the proper... Let me say the whole sentence before that gets clipped. Very much like it has to be perfect, right? Oh, thank you. It's not just me. Offline game last night specifically to build a Tudor fishing cottage on the Abeyance Realm. Mama. Soul Sisters. You can the words talk good. Why, thank you, Recklty. Sometimes. Sometimes. I know. You're struggling with building. Yeah, because let me tell you something. I feel like we could all do, especially too because I'm an American Italian, I feel like we could just do hand gestures and you guys will know exactly what mood is happening in a particular scene. Because we really do have some very standard gestures that should really go into the mainstream population. For example, I don't think I even need to describe what this is, but it does show up and it is very funny sometimes. Listen, I get so perfectionist, and I just want to give you so much love, because I get so perfectionist with these builds. Like, right now, you see a 2x4. I too can word with my hands. Oh my god. Mama, Soul Sisters. As if your name alone was not my favorite name on Twitch. Although, I'm gonna tell you right now, Bite Me, Fight Me, Villainous is absolutely a close second. That is... It's giving the Mudang. It's giving Mudang, and I'm obsessed with it. And no problem, guys. Thank you so much to those of you that are hanging around in spite of the ads. I know that Twitch has been a little bit heavy-handed with them lately. And I love your name. And then I also love Bite Me, Fight Me, Villainous. That name just absolutely, like, tickled me. That was awesome. Welcome back. I'm married into an Italian family. There you go. There it is. Also the Yennefer tag. Does that mean we are Team Yen here? Always am. Are canonically, but here's the thing that I always stress. I love all the ladies in The Witcher, and yes, for those of you, some of my viewers are going to be like, wait a minute. I love all the ladies in The Witcher. I'm a big fan of all of them. I just particularly wish that Triss had picked... I really, really wish that Triss had picked Eskel. If you guys have read the books, and you know how absolutely wonderfully sweet... Oh my god. Oh, there's rocks in my house. Oh, this is gonna make me insane. Look at this. You're The Witcher 3 at the moment? Oh my god. Okay, you have to tell me what are your favorite takes. And don't worry, we don't judge heavily here as well. Like, so they wrote Triss horribly. I find her so passive-aggressive, and I'm so sad for her because she's giving Hurt Bay. You know? She's giving that one lady who doesn't get picked, and it's making me really sad because I want her to be picked, but I want her to be picked by someone like an Eskel who can love her properly. You know what I mean? I don't want her chasing after emotionally avoidant Geralt, who doesn't even take accountability when it comes to Yen, and honestly, up until the games, he's like so emotionally unavailable towards her, it broke my heart. She's giving helpless, but she shouldn't be. Exactly, Em. It's like, I want her to be stronger. I want her to do better for herself. I want her to succeed. It's so wonderful. It's such a wonderful game, and I'll tell you something. It's really interesting, Em, because I'll tell you right now that I always can tell who's a girl's girl and not by, like, the way that we talk about Triss. You know what I mean? Because here's the thing. She is giving helpless. And it's fundamentally frustrating because we'd never want that for people that are our friends. Like, if I ever saw one of my friends behaving towards an ex the way that she has spoken to Geralt, I would be like, I would literally pull my friend on the side and be like, I need you to understand something, that you are better than this. That we don't have to meet the guy who broke our heart with immature behavior. We should always, like, be an example of poise and grace. And don't get me wrong, I've been there. I've had my share of situations that bring me low, but like, I want more for her. You know, I wanted her to pick Eskel in the books because Eskel was just this absolute beacon of kindness towards her, whereas Lambert was a total jerk. And Geralt was a total jerk. And I was like, Triss, honey, I need you to love yourself enough for you stop picking people who don't like you. And then there's Yen. And Em, I'm sure we could talk about Yen for years. Toxic is my kryptonite, right? Well, and this is the thing. Do you find Yen toxic? Because I just feel like she communicates very clearly. She's a little sarcastic, but I don't find her like disaster. You know what I mean? I can definitely see though where there's definitely like a fine line between assertive and just like unkind on her end. Oh my goodness, 54 straps. Yen is the wolf and Geralt is the deer. Precisely. Precisely. And then there's Ciri, who I feel like is best embodied in the national icon that is Mudang. I just love that little, I love that little pygmy hippo. Oh my goodness, I was just saying I've never seen anything get broken in this game. I'm so offended that I'm stunned into silence. I'm so absolutely viscerally offended by their assault on my house. Oh my gosh. Right now, if you look up Mudang, the pygmy hippo, she is the most precious thing I have ever beheld. I was blessed to be sent Mudang memes by Kelly. And let me just tell you, the second I looked at this little pygmy hippo, I was like, oh, she is our icon. She is everyone's mood. She's this ferocious, sweet little absolutely, it's very cute too, because people are like, I love how folks are characterizing this little baby hippo as unbothered. She's actually the most bothered, but in the best way humanly possible. She's bothered in that way that, like, you know when you pursue a very cute animal because you're like, wait, I have to give you pets and loves. And then they make the eyeballs of terror. Thank you. Appreciate, because I was like, I don't know if I'm actually spelling this correctly in my head. He's just the most delightful little baby. Wait or not, it was so nice to see you, dude. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and I hope you enjoy the pizza rolls. Pizza rolls are always a vibe. But yeah, I'm always very curious. I'm always very curious with The Witcher 3, like who we characterize as toxic and not, because I'll tell you what, for me, the most by far toxic character in The Witcher 3 has been Keira Metz. The minute that we met Keira Metz, I was like, first of all, I need to understand who picked out that dress for her. Many discussions could be had about that costuming. But I just, Keira just, she's an interesting one. I want to run so bad, right? Dude, it just is so, I just can't quite, Keira is one of those characters where she could be so lovely if she would just be, she's so unnecessarily rude, dude, right? And then also the dress. I was like, I can't tell if they purposely did that with her dress just for us to like witness the absurdity, or if it was like meant to be like a subtle dig. But that outfit in particular, I was like, oh, it's not giving. I was looking up, oh my god, Em, you're gonna appreciate this. I was actually looking up mods. First of all, so I gave Yen her properly down the middle of her back, wildly curly hair, and let me just tell you something. If you're ever looking for a graphical mod that is like completely unnecessary but will make your experience 1,000 times better, Yen with her wild, voluptuous waves, and also book accurate Triss mods, where her hair is actually like not fire engine red. And is in fact, it's beautiful chestnut waves and stuff. Like, honestly, the experience has been almost holy. Where now I'm just like, okay, the ladies look like the ladies. Do you know how many times that I looked for I literally we actually speed ran Skellige because I needed to see more Yennefer. I was like, I can't take my eyes off this woman. I was like, I'm flat out ogling a video game character. It's fine. Perfectly normal. Totally healthy. Very adapted. I'm the portrait of psychological health. I don't know what you all mean. Surely this is not a maladaptive coping mechanism. But so, it was really funny, because I was actually looking for Keira. Very mindful. It's giving very mindful, but I don't think I can ever claim to have been demure a day of my life. Feral girls for the win, you know? But let me tell you something. I was looking for those Keira modifications. I was like, please, give us a better dress for Keira. Give me lore accurate Keira. Right? Oh, and we're gonna get on like a house fire, I can tell. I can tell that we're gonna get on like a house fire, because I don't think demure is a word that anyone could ever describe when it comes to— I was like, Callie knows. We've been unhinged since day one together, and we have been loving it ever since. Literally, the second that we met, it was like the most unhinged possible conversation that one could reasonably have. And then we immediately segued to tea with a pirouette that was so graceful. It was almost ungodly. Right, Em? I agree. And right, Minion? It's giving very demure. It is. And honestly, the thing that I love about Unhinged, especially when it's like unhinged radical honesty, you know what I mean? And not in like a mean girl way, in like a I love you, but let's be real way. Because I'll tell you right now, I have one of those in my life, and actually, Callie's gonna laugh because you know exactly what I'm talking about, where like, she just absolutely holds me to task on everything. And I'm like, but I love her. She's nuts and I love her. She challenges me and I love her. Wouldn't trade it for anything. I feel like a little unhinged honesty is good for the soul, you know? Can't handle people that walk on their toes into— oh, absolutely am. I'm very big on the— I get actually very, like, it's very triggering when people walk on eggshells. And I'm just like, ooh, I don't know if everyone feels this way about office culture, but I absolutely do. I cannot stand office culture. Yes, I'll feel it anyway, whether they tell me or not. Vibes. Exactly. It's that automatic perception where you're like, ooh, do I feel like the kind of person that you have to tiptoe around? Because that's the most insulting thing humanly imaginable, you know? Like, worst indictment, call me anything, but if you call me somebody that you have to tiptoe around, that's the one that will sting the worst. That's the one that makes me like, I project office culture behavior. That's like a— that's, ooh. There's being grilled and then there's whatever that is. I live in like that perpetual nightmare where I'm just like, no, no, no. I'd much rather be Ruth Sardo. I always tell people too, by the way. So for those of you that are like brand new to my content. So I am a former, we might say grumpy neuroscientist who worked— I had amazing times in the lab, but I am so completely unfiltered about the downsides of my experience there. So I just want to tell you guys right off the bat that I'm one of those people where like, I'm radically honest about it and transparent about it, because I got so angry at the office culture that the joke about me is that I came to work at 5 in the morning and I would 100% burn the building down by choice. If left to my own devices. So like, I'm basically your whiskey grandma about research and science. So every now and then that happens on stream. Nobody worry, I'm fine. I'm just literally the grandma swigging whiskey in the back and is like, I've seen some shit. Grumble, grumble, grumble. I'm like, sometimes I think I have to specify this because I think people get worried. I am so excited that you rated him because I'll tell you what, I love it when we meet. I love it when we meet kindred spirits, guys. This is the beauty of the Twitch platform, because we were just talking about this morning, Em, right? It's like the internet can be such a beautiful thing when it's literally used in a way where it fosters making more online friends who become IRL friends. You know what I mean? Where it becomes a thing where it's like, you're like, man, I can't wait to meet up with these people. Why? Because it's like, oh my god, they've become chosen family. Like, that's the stuff that gets me jazzed up about the internet. Vibes. I love it. Oh my god. This is so excellent. I love it when we meet perfect fits. It just makes me so happy. Listen, and I'm so excited as well because I feel like all of the best people love Nightingale. This game is just so beautiful. I want them to do even more with it though. Like, so, okay, let me tell you what really jazzed me up. This really jazzed me up. I came around the corner to see this giant skull, and I was like, listen, I don't mean to get all occultist on anybody, but let me tell you something right now. If we get some Book of Enoch-style giants running around in Nightingale, I will be the happiest person. Was it? Oh my god, I'm so excited, dude. Oh, absolutely. That's entirely the vibes. That's entirely the vibes. And you know what I'm excited for a lot of us? The girls always find each other. Have you guys noticed that? Like, those of us that will immediately hop into the ring and be like, absolutely not, that's my best friend. I will defend you with my entire life. I do not care that we have just met. Dude, this is a perfect first game. I love it. Now, did you play it when it first came out as, like, first game? Because if so, let me just tell you right now, like, I feel like that is one of the best introductions as well to, like, a game where, exactly, who do I need to murder for you? I'm one of those ladies where, like, you could find me. Let me put it to you guys this way, especially if someone breaks your heart. You could literally track me down in the middle of a crowded room. I could be performing neurosurgery, and I will stop my neurosurgery and immediately just be like, show me, point me in the direction. I'm like, who do we have to set boundaries with in this moment? Yeah, 6 months ago. Oh, dude, welcome, welcome. I hope it's been such a good experience too, like getting used to Twitch and stuff. Because I'll tell you what, this is a fantastic game, I think, to begin on. Because, so we began, and Callie's gonna start laughing so hard. We began on the note of the demonologist in horror. And let me tell you, that is a game where I feel like the devs have not poured enough love into it as it's updated. Feel free, by the way, all indie horror fans in chat to sound off about this. Like, I always tell people this, by the way, feel free to disagree with me. Like, don't worry. I'm used to conference mode. It's not gonna be like one of those situations where you disagree with the streamer and anybody gets banned. That crap is always weird when we see it. For a month of spooky games for the first time. Oh my god, Em, I'm so excited. Oh, you can absolutely plan to have me there. I will absolutely be there cheering you on every step of the way, because let me tell you something right now. I feel like spooky games are just... they're such an underloved genre that I want us to demand more from. Does that make sense? Like, you know how every horror game kind of has its template? I'm like, man, I want to see really quality horror games. Like, one that I will tell you right now that if it's not on your list, you should definitely put it on your list, is Still Wakes the Deep. I, for the life of me, could not get the game to work, so I was very frustrated with it at times, but let me tell you that when it did work, it was absolutely a masterpiece. You tested the heart rate? Oh my god, I'm so excited. Oh my god, Em, I can't wait to come and hang out for spooky season. Wait, this is so epic. Wait, more ladies in horror. I love this. It's like, truly, the right people always find you. Yeah, oh dude. Okay, so Still Wakes the Deep, From the Darkness. Let me tell you right now, Em, that anything by Naba, it looks like N4BA. They are one of the sleeper best dev teams on the market. I have been so utterly blessed, even on replays of From the Darkness. But do you know why I say that they're one of the absolute best? Thank you, Minion. Do you know why I say they're one of the best? Their games cost like $4 each. Thank you. I needed that hydrate. Yeah, girl was being a yapaholic. Remember this. I just walked outside my building with my phone. Oh my god, no worries, Em. Don't worry. I am more than happy as well when I'm in chat to, like, if you want as well, Em, feel free, like, hit me up on Discord. I will literally send you a list. I used to be very into indie horror games. Actually, it's where quite a lot of people, Callie included, met me. So it's one of those topics that I'm, like, super passionate about. So if you would like, I'd be more than happy to give you, like, a whole rundown of some great indie horror that is, like, crucially underrated, but also very affordable. Because one thing that I absolutely love about Naba is that their projects are really passion projects, and their price point is very reasonable, both for, like, casual gamers and streamers alike. But toasted toast with Nutella and creamy honey mixed in is the best. Is that a controversial opinion? Because I don't know. I'm prepared to immediately sign on to agreeing with that. You said Nutella, my mind immediately teleported into Italy's version of Nutella, which is so different. Thank you, Minion. Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely, like, I definitely got the Italian yap gene. That's one thing that I will tell you guys, that, like, out of all the things I'm relieved that I inherited in my family, that's the one that always comes back, and I'm just like, thank you, God. I'm like, thank you, God, that is what... Especially doing this now. The thing that has, like, baffled me is that every now and then I will sign into a chat that is silent, and I'm like, how? Country where we put chocolate sprinkles on toast. You know something? Though, it's so bold, but so beautifully bold. We're keeping the rocks in the house. Minion, I feel like here's our best strategy. All right, are you guys ready? How many of you guys are Tolkien heads? My own community as well. Here's what I'm thinking. Hear me out. Potted plants everywhere. We make this like a floral section. We make this our herbs. And then we put our little kitchen cutely over here with all the herb pots and stuff. And it will be like natural and earthy. It will evoke some Hobbiton energy. It'll give Hobbiton, but it will also give like a little bit of like a little Moria energy with this. And then this is going to be our like stone and iron smithing with like a saddle rack. And then I'm thinking we build like a cute little loft above the witchy hobbit vibes. Yeah, and then we put the bed in there with even more potted plants. You know what I'm saying? You guys getting the vision? I love it. Oh, same. I literally sent Callie this meme the other day, and she's gonna start laughing so hard, where I was like, we all need a man like Samwise Gamgee, who literally carried his best friend up to a volcano, and that is what gave him the courage to ask out the girl of his dreams. Like, please give me a man who is so intimidated by the idea of asking me out that it literally right, right up. That's entirely the vibes. Neurosurgery and house building or neurosurgery and architecture for the win. Love the plants, right? Plants are always a win. I feel like in every house needs more plants. You just scared me. I'm sitting here and all I hear is this little giggle. Oh, that's so cute though. I love it when kids think that they're being so sneaky. Listen, that's a mood. But also, where in the world do we find like people who are so devoted that their thought after carrying their best friend up to a volcano is like, I guess I finally have the courage now to ask them out. I was like, I'm so tickled by this. That's genuinely the cutest. I don't know what I need to craft. Hang on, ADHD moment. There we go. Assy, welcome in. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you for popping by before sleep. I hope you're doing well, dude. Isn't it cute? It's so wonderfully sweet and cozy. And I was just like, Samwise, that's so cute. Oh yes, and autism. I am an AUDHD girly all the way. I'm one of those girlies where like, and it's really funny. I take everything so literally, that when I tell you that I have fully and confidently been bamboozled by ironic. Are we long lost relatives? Probably, especially if we're both doing the hand gestures. Listen, we all know that Italy was a warring country. Listen, look. Okay, oh my god, wait. Recommendation for both Asti and M right now. First of all, Asti and M, please meet each other. You guys are gonna get on like a house fire as well. The vibes are strong. The vibes are strong. Y'all are about to also be very good friends, Asti. You came in at the perfect time because I was like, wait, you're meeting a perfectly aligned person. I love that this happened. Oh, same, Em, same. You should see me. Like, I'll be doing stuff with stream, and I'm, like, sitting here on the mouse, and people are like, what's going on with the cursor? And I'm like, I'm trying to talk with my hands while holding the mouse. Doing something to annoy people in a cute way. Wait, Lord, I love it, though. He's the spiritual successor to Fallen. Right? Hand talking is the best. Hand talking is the best. Wide gestures. Like, I used to have a great Aunt Helen M who would literally be like, she's giving you directions and she'd smack you in the face with her hand gesture. Because she was like, you need to go around the corner. And, like, you would just get absolutely clocked by Aunt Helen. And you would just be like, well, it's the cost of asking her for directions, I guess. Like, I've paid the bridge toll now. You're like, well, I have learned. You know? But let me tell you, I think one of the most wonderful things that we're also seeing, by the way, with the indie horror genre is that I love how many of the girlies are coming out of the woodwork and are like, can we get better psychological storylines? Can we get PTSD that actually looks like proper PTSD? And so the reason why I've recommended to you as one of your first... Your EP... Oh, Essie, it was so good to see you, dude. Absolutely. Please do chat me. And for those of you that are not following Miss Asti, please do. She's a fantastic streamer. One of my very best friends. And literally also Yennefer. We are all Yennefer in spirit. And I feel like all the ladies who like Yennefer all find each other and unite. And then nothing can stop us. I'm playing Control as well, and I heard about Outlast Trials is so good. Oh my god, Em, be prepared to be very addicted to Outlast Trials. And by the way, I would love to hop in with you sometime if you'd like. It is such a great game with friends. Let me just tell you right now that the Outlast Trials is a game where you will be like, I go between being scared and then laughing so hard I can't breathe, and I don't know how that's possible. Me and one of my good buddies, Auburn, have played like dozens of hours of it, and we just... It's not a game that's trying to be hilarious, but for some reason, it just is. Like, we played some, what was it? Oh my god, why can't I think of it? Why can't I think of it? What was the game? Lethal Company. I started singing Mother Gooseberry. For those of you in chat that know about Mother Gooseberry, I started singing The Goose is on the Loose, and we were using the Mimic mod, and the Mimic mod had me creepily singing Mother Gooseberry during Lethal Company, and let me tell you something. That's how memorable that game is, that it put a chill. It put a freaking chill down Auburn's spine. She was like, I am actually alarmed by how accurate that this is. I was like, yeah, you know a game is good when it can invoke that in you. Just from like a couple of rounds of it, but not in a way too though that feels like the game's a lot. It's definitely intense subject matter, but at the same time, the way that it handles it is almost like it has its weird moments where it almost feels like a meme of itself. And I'm so impressed that they managed to do that. Oh, I need stone. I love how I'm building. My ADHD is like, we are building. I am also like, more importantly, we are talking about the indie horror genre, which we could literally, we could have a podcast about this. We should have a podcast about this. I could sing The Goose is on the Loose during the ads. If anybody wants to. Callie is like, please, for the love of God, do not sing The Goose is on the Loose. I think that Callie has probably heard a collective The Goose is on the Loose so many times. God bless Callie, the long-suffering. She's like, girl, Mother Gooseberry is actually unhinged. But I also love her because she's absolutely unhinged. I don't know why. I just feel like Mother Gooseberry is all of us, but I might specifically actually be her. You said it, not me. Listen, I like to give you guys the out, you know? I understand. I too have been there. And sometimes you watch your streamer break and just start singing The Goose is on the Loose for an hour and you just question every life decision you've ever made. I also don't know why I constantly have to do this thing. I don't know if you guys also have to do this thing where I make way more shingles than I need. Like, if the item in question is incredibly limited and I don't need that many of it, for some reason you're gonna play Inscription. Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited to see that because I have actually not seen Inscription, but I have heard really good things. You know which one, the other one that I have as well too, is that I have not played any of, is Panicore. I do not know how Panicore went. Oh my god, and Em, you're gonna scream. The one that I have not played, actually most of chat is about to scream. I'm like this indie horror fanatic, right? But I have not played Dead by Daylight. I know, it's bad. I'm giving like a pause for dramatic effect because I know that half of you have just clutched your pearls in horror. I don't know what's wrong with me that I haven't played. I have it, I just have not played it. I'm like, what's my problem? I need to try Dead by Daylight. You know, like it's one of those games where I feel like you have like an experience with it. And you have to at least know it to know the genre. And then there's me. Yeah, that's such a good idea. What's up, Wolf? It's good to see you. Do it in October. Oh my god, that's a perfect idea. We'll do some Dead by Daylight in October. Some spooky grinds. Oh my god, in the Emeka Games lineup. Is the magic box useful? You know, Minion, it's such a good question. I have not found enough Synchronous Lotus to make it worthwhile yet. So I need to farm up the Lotus first before I rule on that one. Because I would love to spend the Lotus on that, but then I saw things like the Glamour Station and I was like, oh, this would make so much more sense. You guys also know what I haven't done, which I think is really funny for this build. Which all of you guys, especially who've like played this game yourself, have probably been face-palming the whole time. Bless my long-suffering viewers for this, because you guys should absolutely be clowning me by now. Hey guys. You know what might be helpful? On that note. A respawn. It's fine. Professional mode has been activated. I know what I'm doing. No one worry about me. The one coffee is clearly enough today. I think it should be, though. Everyone was saying that the Minecraft-style infinite chest would be very helpful, and I'm like, I think I should start leaning towards that, because so my problem is with the storage in this game, and everyone who's been playing it, Em especially too, feel free to sound off. The cases are actually so cute that I like to stack them and actually use them, because they're both decor and functional, but then the infinite chest is so hideous, you know? It looks like it could be something out of a Skyrim dungeon, which is a compliment to it in every way. But at the same time, I can't, like, bring myself to have multiples of that in the house. Farming bound for mats. What's up, Phoenix? It's good to see you. And yes, for those of you that did not know, our lurk sound is Priscilla's song. It's basically a requirement. It's basically just what we do here. Just farming bound for mats. I originally thought that I was going to be, but then I was like, eh, life is best lived when we, you know, Fern Gully away and build in every level. Also, let me Fern Gully on the other side because I'm destroying my own backyard. I don't know if you guys have done this, but I keep on taking the absolute L in this game of Fern Gullying my whole backyard. And then I have the audacity to wonder why I get tired of looking at it, and I'm like, oh, because it hasn't regrown. Like, I'll show you guys what I've been working on in abeyance in a minute. Hang on, let me... Actually, that's a smashing plan. Give me 1 second. I'll show you guys my abeyance house, and then you'll understand what I'm about. I keep one Peppy's box in my base, and then carry the mats to build another wall out. That's a good idea. Now, Mama, is there, like, a consistent farm for the Synchronous Lotus? Because if there is, I would love to have it. I feel like that would be very useful. Because we took one look at the Glamour Station, I was like, oh, I need to Google that. And then I did the thing where you get off of stream and you're like, everything that you were about to Google flies out of your brain with such a speed. It's like it teleported. Also, I find it very satisfying, the sound, when things click into place. Don't have the regrowth spell or the patience. So I have the regrowth spell. I haven't made it and put it on an axe yet. Also, yes, we're in Jabberwock. I have to laugh so hard. I tried to make an outfit that looked more fashionable, but the stats were so much lower and I was so squishy that I was immediately just like, you know what? Give me the kind of levels where I never have to worry about this again. Also, I'm very excited to say that once the roof is done, we can transport the thing into the thing. Aren't you glad that I was so specific? I'm sure that all of you just divined what I meant. It's the ancient Italian art of not being specific. I can put the boxes in the house. There we go. See, the rest can stay, but this particular tree growing into the middle of the house, I want to put candles on the windowsills. I totally want to use the regrowth spells. I have not for the life of me. So I have played around a lot with like the fireball spell, which I love. I have definitely gotten a taste for the magic and I want to do more of it, but I'm also that person who is like, I want to do the thing and like doesn't. I forget about it. It like flies out of my brain the second that it should actually be applied instead. So you guys feel free to come after me about the fact that I am just completely forgetting that such an option exists. I'm like, I love how, by the way, there's these rare ribbon trees, and I'm over here absolutely deforesting them instead of using them for crafting. And the bunker vaults. I can get at least 3 per bunker. Oh, okay, so it's the Bastilles of my... Oh, that's interesting. So I wonder if in Wilkins I missed it. Alright, let me show you guys, by the way, my abeyance. Because then you guys will have a good sense of like... So right now I'm saying small cottage. Please bear in mind that what you're about to see started as like a small cottage. I was like, it's this game. The home decor makes me need to redo my room in a way that's just like spiritual. Find the hidden lotus boxes behind walls. Okay, so the bunker vaults. We need to do more of those. I don't even think I finished the Abeyance Realm. We just keep traveling. We did like a lot of main quest stuff and then we fought... I think it's still pronounced Azazel in this game. Which, by the way, why as occultists, and I have to ask this for all those of you who are into like paganism, witchcraft, the occult, why do we keep picking on Azazel? Can everyone just leave Azazel alone? He's like basically the cosmic librarian. He's like so cool. We could do better for Azazel. Think Hermaeus Mora from Skyrim. As long as you don't stump the ribbon trees, you can regrow them. Oh, that's true. The forest spirits, the Carnoots. I love the Carnoots. I want a Carnoot plush, and I am gonna keep petitioning these devs until they give us a Carnoot plush, because the first time I saw it, I literally started crying with joy. I was like, oh, this is what I picture as being like an old world forest god. Oh, this is so pretty. Oh, this is so exciting. We are totally not going to get to the house before the sun comes up, but what we'll do is we'll sleep until night so that I can show you guys the lights in this house. I'm absurdly proud of this house. Okay, or gravity said no. Thank you, gravity. Do that. Or no, let me do sickle. Sickle is OP. Look at these autumn trees, though. I have to tell you guys something. There's nothing better than the autumn tree, but like the vibes of the autumn trees. No matter how many different beautiful worlds that I see, when I see these colors, like the golds and oranges of autumn, I just am immediately like, I am home. Especially as a Jersey girl. But thank you, dude. Yeah, Bunker Vault is going to be, because I'll tell you what, that has been the one thing that has like paused me on the magic a bit, is that I'm like, I want to start using it, but I want to make sure that I can actually reliably use it. This worked out well though too, because I actually needed more tier 1 essence to keep repairing things. It was either going to turn into that, or it was going to turn into me having to extract all the prior gear, and I don't think that makes for very entertaining viewing. I just love the forest spirit. He's so chill. And he makes very cute noises. I'm like, listen, if I could just assign him to sit outside my house and make cute little growly noises at me, my life would be complete. Like, honestly, who even needs a relationship when you have a Carnoot stationed outside the house, you know? Oh, Nell. She scares me. I don't know if anybody else, by the way, keeps getting jump scared by their follower, but I get jump scared by Nell all the time. I do. I have been doing some of that, except I love to keep the higher level for like the new crafting stuff. I'm such a hoarder. I'm a really serious loot goblin, so like it's very funny because you guys are gonna see this with my house. Like I just can't not have storage out the wazoo. I have to hang on to every, like, what if I need it, you know? What if I need this tier 2 hunting knife that I have never needed in my life and will never need again and will never use again? It could, you know, come in handy. Oh no, not the deer. Sorry, deer. I have got to tell you guys, by the way, that the fact that these poor deer run off the cliff in abeyance, I did not know this, but they actually run off the cliff, fall down, take fall damage, and die. I was like, I feel bad for them. How far in the story did you go? So we have not as of yet done the Site of Power in Wilkins. We have, however, unlocked it because I was just randomly exploring. Ah, here he is! The main character of this entire series. He is the real main character, not even me. This is my favorite being in all of the worlds. Except for when you resuscitate wolves after I just killed them, buddy. Not very, actually, it's pretty accurate. Nelly, don't kill things near him. He's just gonna res them. I love me some Carnoots. But yeah, we healed the infected trees, the infected Carnoot, the infected mushroom. We beat Azazel, which, again, I wish from an occultist standpoint that we would just... Like, why a bear? Many questions. Or why that name? You know what I mean? Like, why borrow... Why is everyone using Azazel? I'm like, he's a librarian. This way. But yeah, we're far enough. I'll put it to you guys this way. So the individual I'm playing with, Mr. Snoach, who, by the way, fantastic streamer and also historian. We have been discussing the Fae, and we've been discussing Puck and the reality. Now, first of all, by the way, I want you guys to process something. This house is not done as of yet. Please do not take this house and think like, wow, her decor taste, it's not done. The scaffolding around the outside, this is all work in progress. We just got very ADHD, and so I have not worked on things as of yet. But you come in. Got the respites. Did I not make charm baubles? Why am I lazy? Hang on. I'm being so lazy. What did I... My god. It's kind of horrifying, really. Let's do that. Oh, I'm so interested. Quantum, what are your thoughts on why? This is all gonna be spitballing. But as you guys can see, we have the crafting stations, then we come up here. So I was like, basically when we started this house, it was originally not very, it was not very large. It was purely stone. I'm like slowly converting the whole thing over to a Tudor stone hybrid. I would really like to make this into a proper castle. I just need to figure out the dimensions first. So we've got the paneling lighting, then we have the whole outdoors, which are just... I love the idea of having the gardens out here. And then theoretically rocking chairs, where it's just like, yes. We will witness the sunrise. But it needs more layers, because I want an umbrella from the top of this house and make it the most dramatic thing ever. Also love that. Why thank you, Em, right? I'm like, listen, I love the Tudor buildings in this. They might cost a lot to make, but honestly, it's so worth it. It's so worth it. Let me see too. I haven't set this as my respite, which is good because I can just grab the stuff that we need and then run back to the other house. That's one thing that I will tell you guys. I love the little shortcuts in this. Enjoy. Yeah, I was going to say too, if you need to do post-stream care, absolutely do not worry. Completely get it. Enjoy your post-stream care. I am so pleased that we have met and you can absolutely plan to see me for all of time. I am literally so excited. This is one of those moments where you're like, yes, the right ones really do always find us. The best part of Twitch by far. Same girl, I am so excited. Dude, we are gonna have such a good time. I'm literally so hype about this, you have no idea. I'm like, yes. I already had all these beams. Oh my god. I had so many beams. I guess I should take my beams to the other house as I'm crafting replacements for them, which is just a bit tragic really, but what can you do? It's me. Let's bring our stone blocks. Let's bring both of them. Let's see, what else are we gonna bring to the other house? Dude, I'm so hype. I just love, this is my favorite part of Twitch. It really is, because I'm telling you, we never have a bad experience. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, you cannot go wrong with the people that you meet on this platform from vibes alone. Like, raids are one of my favorite things because you just immediately are like, oh yeah. There is proof of the universe. All right, let me also bring my 93, please clock that, 93 explosive marbles. I'm not a hoarder, it's fine. I'm sure that that's a perfectly normal amount of explosive marbles to just have sitting on hand. Also, let's bring the bones for chandeliers. What else do we need? I feel like I'm staring something. There's tin, there's crude gunpowder I don't think I need. We could bring the carved wood. I'm building a small cottage. I'm bringing enough to build a fortress. I don't know. Should we do another fortress build, chat? What do you think? I feel like for those of you who are veterans of Conan, do you guys want to see me build another fortress? And I'm talking something that makes this thing look like small. Because like we could. Damn it, hang on. Why do I keep doing this? Why am I like this? There we go. Like there, take that. Just finish this. Perfection is... Darn it. Did I not... Why are you still on? I'm just over here wasting power. Oh, this is gonna dissatisfy me. I have to... Oh, boy. Alright. Alright. You guys have seen the house. Let me go back to the other respite. I'm like, otherwise what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stand here and find little things to finick with in this house until literally 10 hours have gone by and I have not done any exploring. Have you ever finished Yes Minion and Conan? And it was actually to scale, medievally accurate, and it had the outer walls, so it had the inner bailey, the outer walls, the fortress itself with, I want to say, I think it was 8 or 9 separate towers to it. The defensive walls, all of the crafting elements. I have not done a fortress in this game yet, though, and I think we're overdue for a fortress build. Like a very proper... like a proper castle. What I would like to do is a proper castle, right? The proper outer defensive walls, but then also have the outer towns and then their walls, like the because we know that in these societies, the idea was that your town was not necessarily located next to your main structure. It's like you would have the buildings and then you would have these defense walls. And then as you went farther layers out, like you would eventually get to the point where you would have like farmlands and then they would be walled in. And so it was this very interesting... it was a very interesting structure, and I'm like, I would love to do something of that scale in this game. I think it would just be so epic. I don't know how it would ever load in. Hey, there it is. Oh dear. Yeah, I can see exactly why Mama was talking about a, Peppy's box, because let me just tell y'all, the, waddle struggle right now is real. She's soaring. She's flying. You do be waddling with these crafting materials. This is... oh, the struggle bus. Thank you, God. Okay, good. Equivalent. All. What I'd like to do, and I mean, I need to find the realm, right, where it's so aesthetically pleasing that I can just absolutely farm all the materials from the prior realm to make it ridiculous. Okay, good. Are we done? We are done. Okay. Good, 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 good. Now, I'm very excited about this. So, plant area, let's just start getting stuff down template-wise, because basically before we move all the crafting and before we do all the augments, because obviously we have to make this the coziest cabin ever, but before we do any of that, let's figure out where our plant pots and plant beds are going, because... your companion, couldn't they have carried some, or are they all full? I really don't use the companion carrying system in this game, and I think one of the reasons why is because they tend to run away from us, and I get so irrationally... like, it's the most bizarre thing that you've ever seen, but I become the most annoyed human being on the face of God's earth when I see my follower run away from me willfully. It evokes something in me that I expect is akin to like a cat when you pull the toy away from them. I'm just like, absolutely not. How dare you? The offense is real. And I'm talking to the follower. Like, the offense is real from the follower, and I must now... I'm like honor bound to ignore them. Like, when things run away from me, I ignore them. And that's one of those traits of my personality that I'm just like, ah, we should really talk to our therapist about that, but So I ignore Nell for the most part. She basically is our range support. So I do a lot of the melee, and because the followers don't consume ammo, I use her mainly for range damage. Because my whole thing is that I actually get agita. I genuinely start to get agita when I realize I have to craft more ammo. I'm like, my brain cannot perceive such things. Too demanding. I want to do, hang on. Put you there. You, however. I also, by the way, have to say I love the blueprint system in this game, and I love the fact that you can just have your follower passively building things that you are establishing. The only thing that I will say that I have noticed is that, and you guys will find this, so in our other house in Wilkins Reach, I have the plant pots kind of like haphazardly like placed around the way that, exactly the way that you would decorate an apartment, right? Except I keep accidentally picking them through windows and walls and stuff. So that is the one thing that I will say is like place your plant pots kind of like away from windows and such. Oh, Quantum, you're fine. I was raised in a secular household, but I've noticed during my time as a witch and the rise of witchcraft into popular culture, there are many people, yeah. Less certain mainstream religions, there's much anger there, yeah. And it's hard too, because it's like there's a lot of bitterness. And I think that one thing that I always try to be like empathetic towards it when we see it, but it is really sad. Like above all else, I think for a lot of folks they don't realize that there's like a very heavy overlap between the occult, the religious, and also just in general spirituality. Like sometimes, and it's the most counterintuitive thing, sometimes you meet folks who are quote spiritual, but they're some of the most fragile individuals that you've ever met, and it's really sad. I'm like, man, I want us to all want better for ourselves and our peers than this level of fragility. You know? Like, let's heal that. I think that would be good. Also, we have to have candles everywhere because this is what I do. I'm a very big candle person. That's one of the things too. It's like, if you turn on the big light in my house, I take it as provocation. I'm like, oh, I see that we must now fight to the death. Immediate Saruman energy. I'm like, well, like it can't be helped, officer. They turned on the big light. Also, yes, I know that we're going to need ingots or Rama. I don't know why I'm like this. Did that move that? Okay. No, it wasn't going to move that. It's going to just duplicate it. Do I actually have anything for these? No. How? Oh, I see. I see. Oh, you're so cute, though. I wish I could get like a... We eventually probably will. A planter stable. Oh, it's carved stone instead. Oh my god, the plantorama's happening. Wait, how do I have all these materials? Hill from their previous religion. It's a lot to put on a new belief. Yeah. And that's the thing, is like I think one thing that is really interesting, and I find this a lot, Quantum. I don't know if you found this too with the paranormal people. It's like I always love the folks who are like, yes, absolutely, there could be stuff going on. Dude, thank you so much for the sub! There absolutely could be stuff going on that's paranormal, 100%, but also, Ella, thank you so much for the Prime sub, dude. Pleasure to meet you. Welcome in. I am 100% in the business of believing people, but also let's please check your carbon monoxide levels. You know what I mean? Like, let's rule out things and let's do it in such a way where we are empathetic, kind, and compassionate. And then let's also be practical. Like, I love practical magic and the whole concept that like implies, which is the idea that we're like bringing these things into the real world so that they make more sense in our lives. And that's, I feel exactly the same way, Quantum, where it's concerning. It's definitely sad, and it gives very wounded energy, if nothing else. No, Sag. That is the one thing as well. Candles on the windowsill in this game can definitely go one of two ways. Just have to place them like very, like if it were me, I would be putting them all the way back here like perfectly in the window, but you know. Hello darkness, my old friend. But yeah, it definitely gives, it's definitely concerning, and I think one thing that we don't talk about enough too is like, and this is really one of these topics, it's like this, some of these are very academic disciplines as well, and every now and then, and I know Callie and I have had this discussion extensively, it's like every now and then you'll run across occultists where I'm like, I genuinely can't tell if they're serious or not, because the behavior is so antithetical. It's so completely hypocritical for somebody who's striving towards an approach that would be aligned with higher forces, if that makes it like the lack of compassion for humanity, the utter sometimes disregard for basic things that not only make us human but are reasons to celebrate in our humanity. It's like it's sometimes the arrogance is just absolutely breathtaking. And it's one of those moments where you're like, really? You sure? So I think too is as we see a lot of these disciplines start to develop more, especially as well with respect to the public and the fact that we are now having movements where thankfully, you know, I think most people realize that there have been these great atrocities done to individuals who've been practicing these belief systems. What I'm hoping is that it fosters more of an interest on actually learning other paths of enlightenment as well. Like, I hope it fosters more intersectional compassion. I'm not sure if that's the word that I'm looking for precisely, but it might say it the best. Poles, hang on. Of all the things I expected to need, poles were not it. Oh, hang on. Now we can officially move the barrels in. Hang on. Barrels. Oh, please, dear God. The English today is... I can feel my Englishing. And we're gonna stack these guys. Oh, this will be very fetching. Hang on. This will be most fetching indeed, and I'm very excited for it. If I can pull it off. I will be very excited as well if they have larger leather crates. If they do, you all are going to hear a squeal come out of me that I guarantee you that you don't think will belong to me. Because a pair of these leather crates would just be divine. I also wish I could catty corner this, but my planning was woefully limited. Better. I could survive. Alright, where's my other plant pot, by the way? Because there is also a very cute little terracotta pot that I like to, like, intersperse with these. But yeah, there's definitely a really... and I'm finding this constantly. I definitely do feel a bit concerned by some of what is getting passed around as, like, popular knowledge in paganism. Especially because there's certain figures that I'm like, you know... It might not be wise to, trivialize. Especially those figures that have particularly gruffer reputations when it comes to occultism. I'm like, Like, we all know the example of how The Exorcist is basically just outright blasphemy, given the actual role that Pazuzu played in society as a protector of women, children, and other, you know, individuals who are considered meek and defenseless by the standards of said society. But it's like, maybe don't make like a follow-up movie with, of all the beings, the ancient adversary portrayed in the manner that they were. Sometimes I suspect that thinking is in short supply. Are new and highly appropriate. Yeah. Yeah. And it's one of those things where it's interesting because every now and then the discussion will arise about it. And I'm always in a kind of a weird spot with it because I'm like, I want to be able to celebrate the thing, right? But I don't want to keep people from being excited about things. It's not something that I like. But at the same time, I'm also like, I think that it's a more pleasant way to celebrate things when you properly understand the context from which it developed. I think it only increases the excitement about said thing instead of diminishing it. And so I'm always in kind of like a weird position with it because, and it's very interesting as well doing this because you work very much in the public, right? And there is a huge public movement towards normalizing more pagan belief systems, which I'm all for. But from a place where we're seeking, and I mean, it actually crosses back into what we were talking about before. From a place where we're seeking valid sources and trying our best to understand the context, both in the time that such things developed and how it can be applied into our modern world reasonably. How nature is reflected. Exactly. Exactly. There are certain things that, you know, I think it's hard to get wrong, and then there's other what's the word I want to use for this? It's so fun trying to place plant pots and also think of English words on 1 cup of coffee. In case anyone's wondering, I wouldn't recommend. My 1 cup of coffee is absolutely coming back to bite me. But I'm very excited about the plant pots. I'll be more excited when they have seeds in them and are not just assorted pots. But this is actually exactly how the front room in my house looks. It's just called my plant emporium. And as much as I would say that I don't tend my plants, the good news about having a damp house is that you learn very fast that plants are surprisingly tanky. Celebrations. I just think it's important to know the history about it. Yeah, same. We're trying to cut back. It's more of a point of... How do I explain this competently? For me, the reason I'm on 1 cup of coffee is because I pretty much saw what was going on with my coffee shop this morning and deduced that while I would normally go back and grab a second one and like briefly check in with them midstream, I'm kind of like I want to just let them be able to chill after the morning that they had. So some days I go and I grab like a refill of coffee or a refill of a stimulant, but for the most part I try to be a bit judicious about it. What did I need? Wood. Oh, I like this ambient clutter. I did not... You know, it's so funny. Sometimes you're building something in a place and then you start noticing little details for the first time and I'm like, oh, I love that I'm just now noticing how close the bones are to the house. Like, it was absolutely there when I placed the foundations. It's probably why I put the foundations there. But of course, in my mind, I was like, oh, yes. This is definitely farther away. Technically, I am Minion, but we're about to have renovations actually done on our kitchen. So it's like, I also don't want to disturb all this stuff. It's just one of those situations where, so, full disclosure, my mocha, my beloved Italian mocha, it kicked the bucket in such spectacular fashion that I just can't, as of yet, bring myself to buy another one because the first one's demise was so utterly ridiculous. My mom was like, oh, I was gonna put coffee in the mocha, but the coffee was moving. And I immediately looked at her with that kind of expression that you can only give someone when you can kind of feel that what you're about to hear is diabolical. There was ants in the mocha. There were ants in the mocha. And I was like, why are there ants in the mocha? And it turns out that the mocha had not been cleaned properly on prior use. So there were just ants instead of coffee, or where coffee should have been. And I've never like had to have a funeral for a coffee device before. But that was one of those immediate, like, I'm fine with spiders. I'm fine with just about anything except for wasps. But ants are where I draw the line when it comes to food. It's one of those things where I'm just like, I just can't look at this mocha the same way again. So it had to be sent off proper. We gave it a very traditional funeral. But I was just like, I am baffled. We don't have ants in our house, so I don't know how ants get into a mocha. It was one of those strangely unique things that I was just like, you know what? In a haunted house, I have seen weirder things here. but I am somehow still impressed. No, no, I actually did my best to recycle it. I was like, we are going to recycle this, but it's 100% no longer going to be permitted in the house. What is this? Ribbonwood. Oh. Yeah, I should save that. It was one of those unique moments where you're just like, and that was cursed. Do 12 more. How many do these take? 1, and then 3 for the terracotta pot. This is what's doing it to me. Hang on. Obviously, we now need 46. Thank you, Minion. Appreciate it, dude. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. It has been such a pleasure to see and meet you. Let's get animal fiber. Let's pop this in. But yeah, Ants in the Mocha was really a... It honestly could have been an obscure indie band name. I feel a great sense of loss that I did not think of that sooner. Do I actually have... Hang on. I think I have... Ew. Oh, thank you, God. Okay. Well, my character's about to have some coffee cherries going, even if I don't. What else do we have? Tomatoes. They're gorgeous in this game. I don't know. For those of you who have seen this, I don't know if they will eventually get to the point where they have color in the plants. But I would like that very much. Cape Aloe. Here's the Saskatoon. They're cool. I was like, we need to have some semblance of what we're doing here. But yeah, oh, by the way, mods, yes. So for those of you that were wondering, like, oh, are they actually going to be doing renovations? Apparently we are. I found this information out about 2 days ago. And I was like, okay. I don't think it'll interfere with stream because there shouldn't be all that much noise based upon the hours that they work and stuff, but we are indeed going to be having the kitchen floor replaced after all. Oh, absolutely not. That will make me scream. Hang on. Perfectly balanced as all things should be. I was beginning to feel a bit like Frozen's wife, and she was like, my evening's in danger. I was like, my entire build is in danger because of these 2 plant pots. I just cannot. My brain would not compute. I'd probably stand there for about an hour just chatting with you guys, just staring at it in horror. I become very, like, I'm one of those folks where I don't become angry when I see things that give me immediate agita. I freeze. I'm like, I don't know how to process the weight of this information. I think I hear the Carnute too, which would be an improvement because I keep building in places that the Carnute doesn't really go to. Let's go this way. Oh my god, how has it already been 2 hours and 28 minutes? That's insane. This day is absolutely going by in a dream. Let's do this for wire. Ooh, good to know that there's tons of zinc here as well. This actually, so if only this place had copper, then it would be better. That's one resource that I will say. You don't really realize how beneficial the copper is until primarily what you're doing is range damage, and then you're like, ooh. That would be good to farm up in large quantities. But the zinc is not bad. I think we were learning that from, I want to say it was Welkins. And I also have to say, I love how each of the ambient environments in this game has a different primary ore, a different primary, like, specialized wood type that you can pick up. find it very satisfying. I'm like very interested to see what the rest of the ambient environments offer. Especially too, because after this we're going to go back in time. So we're going to do first the Astrolabe Forest, then I think we'll go back in time into potentially the swamp, because we haven't been to any of the swamps as of yet. What else did we need? Oh, we're going to need tons of lumber actually. I may as well just farm this now. Because the augmentations are basically lumber and bone for a good majority. Boop. Let us do this. Also, see where we're at with this. 147 tier 2. Beautiful. That's exactly what I pictured in the front area. Let's get this. I'm like, we always need to have all of the maximum decor options, because otherwise my brain will spontaneously explode. Which would really be quite a fantastic site, but not for these purposes. Let's do... Oh man. We are so going to have to figure out our decor options. Ooh, Katien, we can get another one! Oh my god, I'm so excited. We can actually get more. What is the Mepic? Oh, we have to see. We need all the little alien pets. They're so adorable. I don't know how many of you guys have also seen the alien cat, but the alien cat is just such a vibe. Alien cat is the best vibe, honestly. Alright. First orders of... Oh boy. First order of business. Let's go get the seeds. Second, let's see. Do we still have a... No. Why don't I have a spinning wheel? Before we do anything else... Get our textiles figured out. So this is going to be like our little kitchen area. We're going to have like a nice little dining. That's going to be very cute and cozy entryway. I feel like this space should just be all pure work. Yeah, because then I want the smelter here. It'll be nice, because then that should also technically count as well lit. Think. Nobody quote me. Let's see. Oh, we've already got that. Refined mortar. Yes. Oh, and we need the witchy section. Well, the witchy section obviously has to go by... I mean, Quantum knows. We have to be by the plants. We cannot be out here having all this alchemical business going on and cooking business going on and not have the mortar close to all of that. It just makes too much logical sense. Where do I want to be? Where do I want to be? Ooh, that's gonna get so complicated. Let's put you here for now. Me and my endless carved stone. See, this is what happens when you get with the plant lady. The plant lady just immediately starts being like, here we go. I'm not mad about it. I just think it's funny. I'm like, yeah, the plant lady energy in this game is very strong. And I'm living for it. Oh boy. Except for one thing. Flipping. Get out of the support beam. Yeah. Okay. Carrying on. Need simple, refined. This is what I wanted. Right? It's just like some things are too logical to not happen in a particular way. It just makes too much sense. Like, why would you have the alchemy separated from the kitchen when you could just make best use of both? I like me some practicality, you know? I don't know if that was... Oh, wait, hang on. That test tube definitely... No, wait, hang on. Which way are we facing? Yeah, no. Proper bench technique means that we make sure that everything is kind of held at a distance. You never want your test tubes to be, like, all that close to where you're actually trying to be working. Because trust me, if you have acid in those test tubes, you find out very fast the hard way that that was a mistake. I have been there. It was not a good time. Actually, I found that out when I had to mix estrogen for one of our experiments. I was like, oh, dear God. An etched ingot for this. Or brass. Why do I have brass? Oh, because I took all the ingots from the house. Oh my God, hang on. Where's my chest? I'm like, no. No. I need to make ingots first. It's fine. Eventually the coffee will kick in. Eventually I will know what I am doing. 90% of this game, I think, is just me running around, having absolutely no idea what's happening. Alright, what do we need from this? Anything? No. No. I also very much need to learn... Did we need felt for anything? I don't think we did. I also very much need to learn where wheat is at so I can actually use it. That just looks like a video game, right? Listen. It's true. It's like 90% of streaming. Is like, you just get very comfortable doing ambient things and just hanging out with folks. I just love hanging out with you guys, especially too earlier on a Friday. I feel like it's so nice because Friday is this wonderfully luxurious day. Quantum, I'm so heartbroken actually about Rekka. You know why? It's not optimized well at all. So before I even got out of the main menu, my computer sounded like it was gonna blast off and it was using up 90% of the GPU. And I was like, I am so disappointed that I was not able to stream that. At least not as of yet. I need them to update it because it looks like the most charming and beautiful game ever. But even when I tried to play it on my own, it was jumping back and forth between 12 to 90% of the GPU. And I was like, yeah, I cannot in good conscience. I was like, I don't want to like fry the PC, but at the same time, I'm so excited to play it. Trust, when we can play it, we are going to be playing it into the ground. You guys are going to be so tired of Rekka that you're just going to be like, please, I'm begging you to play anything else. And I'm going to look you in the eyes just like Isildur looked Elrond in the eyes and go, no. In the exact same expression. I was so sad. I was like, no, Rekka, please. I'm so thrilled about it though. I saw some gameplay and its frame rate, yeah. That's the problem. So it's not very well optimized at the moment, and so there's kind of a lot of there's a lot of room for improvement. But I think one thing that the game really does have going for it is that it is nailing the ambiance properly. So I feel like if they can just work out the technical details, this thing has so much potential, it's not even funny. It's just a matter of how they get there and how fast that they get their IMO. Because like right now, the fact that we have early access out, but the game is so poorly optimized that like, and don't get me wrong, I'm not gonna be out here being like, my PC's a beast. But like, it's decent enough for like, we should be able to run it. If we seriously can't, I'm concerned. Oh, I left my bullets at home. That's a great time to find that out. Let's actually do this. There, I hear it. There it is. The veil between us. I always love it when people talk about the veil when it comes to the dead. I love using, I don't know why using the mining pick on them feels so chaotic. I just kind of adore it. And yeah, I agree, Quantum. I'm sad about it because I want them to optimize it faster, but at the same time, if going slower means that the product winds up being better, then I'm all for them taking their time. I don't know why it's so fun and chaotic. I just sort of love the idea that I just come through here with my mining pick and just like one of the characters in Elden Ring, I'm like, absolutely not. Please take this mining pick to the face. There's something delightfully ragey about that. No, I'm so hopeful that the game's story is going to be really good. I'm really very hopeful that it's all going to get optimized well, because it was funny, like me and Callie were discussing this because I was like, man, I'm so excited about the fact that it's finally out and available. I just also don't know what I would need to run it in such a way where it's not being an absolute nightmare. Because I turned down the graphics settings onto their lowest. I was like, oh, well, we'll still look at it even if it's on low graphics settings, like graphics or whatever, you know, later on after the fact, you can always work on that. But the fact that there was actually, it seemed to get worse when I turned down the graphics. So then I tried turning them back up, and then it was sort of stuck in this weird feedback loop where no matter what I did, the fans on the computer were going insane, and I was just like, oh man. Is there more here? Hang on. Infestation, no. Let me go back to this. What did I leave the house for? Oh, ingot. I didn't get any. No, actually I did. Not enough to make it worthwhile, but... Alright. For real this time. For real this time. No more squirrel moment. I need to actually get ingot. I need to actually get the ore. See, that's the thing too with building on every realm. I feel like you just have these moments where you just look at things and you get so completely inspired. You're just like, ah yes, I will totally get lost in this Bastille of Might with 87 tomatoes in my inventory. But one of my favorite things about this game is that when you die, you don't lose your inventory. I'm not saying that it's a great motivator to go back to the places where you died, but I do think that it really helps kind of like reduce the frustration with dying. Because some of these materials, especially with how infrequently that they can respawn, if they were constantly popping out of your inventory because of death, I feel like that's just going to be a recipe for rage-a-hauling. So it's very satisfying to play a game where it feels like the devs were like, yeah, no, we realize that our respawn times need some help and we're not gonna put you guys through that. Now, I think it was actually Holt Blooms that got my gear to be so good. We're gonna see about it. Are you... Oh, I haven't done anything with this. That's funny. Absolutely not. Please take this pick to the head. Not you, Nelly. Sorry. I always get so jump scared by her. Right, Irby, what am I doing? Both with life and in general. But now, one thing that I will say, and I don't know to what extent that this carries on. I do wish that sometimes the worlds felt less empty, especially in solo play. I am very much looking forward to the future with this game because I do have a feeling that they're going to do way more voice acting. Based off of what we saw with Aurelio, the voice acting looks absolutely promising in every way, shape, and form. I just want to see them expand it, you know? I want to see even more from this because this is one of these games where I really feel a lot of potential off of it. I want Rekka to take notes about what to do in terms of like actually listening to the community, because these devs, with this update, guys, it's not just that the devs actually listen to the community in the update. They poured their heart and soul into making sure that when they reapproach this product, it would be what people were asking for. And that, from indie devs, is impressive. Like, the turnaround on this was incredible. I mean, 6 months later and we have such a polished product. That's beautiful. Oh, the bunkers. All right, so this is the place. Yep. Bunker time. Cafe time. I cannot believe I almost skipped these. Aw, buddy. The Druid's Last Journal. Also, this font is something I love very much, but because of my screen on OBS, I'm not really able to like super stop and read through it without extreme difficulty because of my visual impairment. So if at any point you guys want me to stop and read stuff, let me know. I have been basically just not doing that because, simply put, I was like, we'll be here for 20 years. 6 months with big quality of life adds, a story change and polishing, new handcrafted realms of Crossways and pets. Yeah, they absolutely smashed it with this update. And that's the thing, Mama, is like I want to see people really give this game time and attention, which is part of the reason why like I've been just really enjoying cozy crafting, but then also like the shenanigans later in the day with Sinnoh in this game. I feel like this is a game that you really can build a fortress all day. And it feels exactly as satisfying as progressing the main story. And it's very, very rare to find that. Because, like, for example, when we play Conan Exiles, right? For me, Conan Exiles has exactly one allure to it, and that is the building. Like, I'm not somebody who gets very, into a lot of the other domains of the game. I know that I could, probably. But it just hasn't been my... It hasn't been my thing. Whereas I can tell you right now with this game that like we could spend our entire day today crafting and I would just be the happiest little clam. 0 complaints whatsoever. 10 out of 10, perfect game. Right, and yes, we will plant everything in just a minute. Let me do the crafting first of like the upper floor. Because I feel like this is going to be one of those situations where we either remember to do this now, or afterwards I go, damn it, and keep harvesting tomatoes through the floor. And it will be dissatisfying. We also obviously need to put the pets in. Alright, let's put our cute little pet bed nestled here. I think if they add more story elements and quests, it might slow down the... Okay, it's been 48 hours I finished the game like a crowd. Yeah. That's one thing, Mama, that's been really baffling me is like a lot of the folks who were like, oh, is there still more to do? Like I sped around this. I'm like, I don't know, man. If the aesthetic doesn't get you in the mood to just spend hours and hours crafting, I don't know what will. Especially too with this music being so vibey and just pleasant. Like this music for me really evokes like Enya in around the early 90s, you know? It feels like it's a callback to that time period in so many ways. Like it's giving Mike Oldfield, it's giving Enya, and I'm like, I want to see more of this, you know? I should have made wire. I love how I just keep on doing this thing where hang on, the smelter might just need to come into the house. I think I'm Yeah, with 957 sticks, I'm pretty sure that the smelter could live in the house. Let's see, what do we have a bunch of? We have zinc. I'm excited for more story elements. I'm also excited. I would love Mama to see them introduce the Winter Court. I think that that would just be the most fascinating thing. Especially, too, because at the moment, we really are only seeing some folks immediately min-max, finish all story elements, and bypass exploration, and are building completely. I cannot seriously imagine not building in this game. I'm not even saying this to be like... I actually can't imagine. What would I do? You know what I mean? Like, what would we... how? I'm like, what do you mean that you are not filled with an insatiable desire to build every possible thing? Thank you for the follow, dude. Always glad to have a fellow builder agree. In pivotal moments in this discussion. Like, that right there is a pivotal moment in the discussion. The English is truly not Englishing today. I may be incapable of coherent speech, but I'm sure you understand the point. Okay. Slight caffeine. I also have to say, I always know my builders because I know when you guys also keep all of the like low tier crafting stuff outside the house until you're done. I see you guys. Shout out to those of you who also do that. I used to like have them in the house, but then I would try and be removing the I would try to remove the element and I would quickly learn that that was a fatal mistake. Oh boy. Well, we're gonna need more lumber, but we're gonna figure this out anyway. That was not that. I'm like, speaking of fatal mistakes. Alright, let's see. We should... Ooh, the staircase right up would actually be kind of... No. The staircases should be like... You know what we could do? Oh, this would be just such... If this works out, this would be ridiculous. Wouldn't it be nice? Oh my goodness, the plants. Oh, this is gonna be unparalleled cozy if this works. Oh my goodness, and then behind the spiral stair would be, oh, but our storage. But it's so cute. Hang on. We could do corner stair. I do know that that's an option. Now that, oh, but accessing them. Oh my goodness. Okay. Top loft, here's what we must do. I feel like having a cozier top loft though is better. Yeah, let me see. Let me see. Having the cozy top loft might just be what the doctor ordered here. I want it to be like a perfect cozy witch cabin. Not so much like a... Now you see, this could be very fun, but it's just not facing the right way. But it's kind of what we need. If I could, but... Could I? See? Oh. That's... hello. We are... Oh boy. Right, well. Can't even take it seriously. Well, at least it did not destroy the plant pots. Also, let's do this so that our plants can actually get water while I'm doing all this. I haven't put seeds in yet. Hang on. I have an idea. I have a plan. Watch all the plants magically just become the most watered. Excellent thing. It's chaos time, baby. I have no idea what I'm putting in where. We're gonna all find out together. I'm just like, I realize that we should take advantage. Exposed and soggy. Interesting. Ooh. I'm fascinated. I'm actually very fascinated about some of the lesser known little requirements that each area has, and also like their little snafus. Let's do this. So let's, real quick. I still really want a spiral stair. I feel like this is purely the nerd in me who needs this, but I just need spiral staircase. There's something about it. But these roofs are not gonna work. Oh, the ornamentation. Alright. Oh my goodness. Alright, let's see. What else are we gonna need? Probably more beams. This can stay. Oh boy. But not like that, it can't. No, actually, you can't stay, because you're a corner roof. Whoops-a-daisy. Let's see. I'm like, well, I guess we're getting a second story now. This is how, it's always famous last words with me in terms of being like, it'll just be a small cozy cabin, like, okay. It was a nice thought, you know? I hear the Carnooty. Oh my Jesus, that's so gorgeous. I just had the jump scare of a lifetime. Wait, actually I'm obsessed? Wait, why is this the coziest corner? Oh my god, hang on. Planty pot. Oh my god. Phoenix, look how pretty it is. Thank you for that clip. Oh my god, now the tomatoes have colors. Why didn't the tomatoes have colors before? I vastly overestimated how many plant pots I would need. Wait, I am besieged by hang on, we cannot even see the... Dear god. If you could thank you. Are you a full plant pot? We're gonna find out. Yes, you were. Alright, well, I would like to be able to find the wheelbarrow. No! I think I want my house to live it, right? This is exactly the vibe. This is exactly the vibe. And then the beautiful pinks with the red tomatoes. It's making me so happy. It's giving... Oh my god, it's giving so many things. Mostly it's just giving paradise. Alright, hang on. We must move all of this over for a second because I actually cannot see though. So as much as it's beautiful. Darn it. It's on the... Hang on. Thank you, Jesus. Okay, it was just that one. It was just that one particular plant pot that was going to be... Now, none of these are really going to get picked. We'll do one pick of the cursory ones. Okay, that was the coolest sound ever. Like, none of these are getting picked. These are our pure decoration plants. I just absolutely need to be able to see things. Because I am slowly losing my mind. Alright, let's see. Where are we moving? Wheelbarrow? Come here. Morning, Archer. Very nice to see you. How was your day? Oh my goodness, all of my plants. I just... Are you just a bush growing in my house? But many questions. Many questions are filling my mind in this moment, Archer. Particularly why... Are you just in the... Oh, because the ground is still here. I see, because it's soggy and damp. That makes so much sense. Well, I'm not complaining if a bush wants to grow in the house, actually. That's sort of attractive of the bush, you know? Good day off. Trading was yesterday. Great slept. Just kind of woke up. Very nice, dude. I love a nice, slow start to the day. Being able to really, like, unwind and just sort of lean into the day instead of having the day wake you up. Hang on. The aesthetics of this situation. I am so good, dude. I am tired because my sleep was absolute garbage. Sometimes the plant stays when you move it. I love that. Wait, Java, that's amazing. Thank you. I was like, this is the vibe. It's giving such cozy. Oh, and then the Holt bloom is so pretty. Wait, this is actually so pretty and I want it more on display. Hang on. Where do I need to be? Oh my god, poor Sinnoh is gonna get to this world and be like, well, she's done it again with the plants. Except this time they look better because for some reason in the desert world they were loading in and they were only purple. Which is fine, like we love purple here, but... Nell just gave me the fright of my life. I saw my life flash before my eyes. I know that you all just watched that look on my face emerge. Yeah, Archer, I think it's safe to say that Sinnoh's gonna be like, well, she's done it again. Here we are. Hello, darkness, my old friends. But this time we're gonna have them all in one section so that I don't accidentally pick all of the plants. I mean, it's evoking Hobbit, is it not? Oh my goodness, this is peak. This is peak. She's living her best life, ladies and gentlemen. I hate everything. Well, how could I do this to myself? How could you pick the Holt bloom? I was just like, it's so attractive, and then I picked it. I just, oh my goodness. This is when I become the Joker, actually. I was like, no. Did my intrusive thoughts win? Probably. Why, thank you, Quantum. We're slowly getting there. I'm like, I want to build a little loft area. I want to build a nice little metal cot. I want to get some stuff together. Keep it nice and cozy. Because I love, personally, I love the idea of a spiral staircase. That's one of those things that, like, no matter how old I get to be, no matter how much that it does not help me in terms of my own mobility, I do love me a spiral stair. Also, maybe not starving my character would be great. I'm like, you know, just very casually. Oh my goodness, this is absolutely so cozy. Thank you. I love me a little witchy cottage. Nell, you're scaring me. Stay out there. Charm bauble. Oh, that's what we needed to make from these. What did I need for this? Carved stone and wire. Oh, I have 1,000,000 wire. That's funny. No, no, no. I'm like, wait. We just went from building mode to Super Saiyan mode, and I'm like, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. I think that the bed is going to be about here, because this will be nice and cozy. It's going to be very cute. And then the actual bedroom area itself will just be, like, very precious. How much more do we need? Not that much. Let's go here. Thank goodness, though, that I opened up the ceiling when I did. Because I was like, this is going to be very complicated otherwise. Oh, it's so cute. Oh my god, it's so cute. Oh my god, Quantum, it's so cute. Oh my goodness, I wish we had climbing ivy. Oh my goodness, I was not prepared. What realm card do I have applied to this world? This is Duck Money. First of all, by the way, I love your name. This is the Astrolabe Forest World. I popped this in from Wilkins Reach and got here. Now, I don't know if popping them in from different realms makes any kind of crucial difference. But I wanted to try the Astrolabe first, because I have tried the Worlds of the Past, if you will. And while I like them, I was like, I kind of want to try some stuff I haven't done previously. Like, after this one, we're going to be doing a Swamp World and stuff. But this one is gorgeous. I love the really pretty, it's like a very Venusian autumn scheme, if that makes sense. And any time, dude. I love me like a little vibey, witchy experience, you know? It's good for the soul. It's good medicine. Alright, I need lumber. And also, I have learned not to fern gully next to my house because Archer can testify to this. I made a pretty crucial error last time that we were on. And I fern gullied the whole beautiful hill that overlooks my house. I'm getting bored of my current one, but I don't want to delete my friend's world progress. Oh yeah. No, it's super simple. So what you do is when you get to the next world, you're going to make a respite cairn, or an estate cairn it used to be called. And basically what you're going to do is that's going to allow you to set your respawn point there. So you can pretty much build these grand houses. You could build like 50 of them if you want, right? And then completely leave that realm behind by having a different respite to spawn at. And especially too, if you follow the advice that Mama Java has given us, which I think is genius, is to have a Peppy's box in every single house. So you can just seamlessly transfer your materials between them. Which is really, I mean, that's top tier genius. I've been over here doing this like the traditional, you always know like the old school style survival gamers, because we all do the same thing where we all are just like, well, I guess this means infinite carry weight. I was just over here hauling ass through the hills with all my ore. It was a lot. But no, the one thing I love about this game, and I was saying this before, is like I could see myself building infinite amounts of houses in this game and infinite amounts of fortresses in the different environs, and like really kind of getting all the different architectural types. So like using the desert theme for the desert, using the Norse theme that apparently is also in this game, which I'm very interested to see. That's one that I feel like we'll be redoing the whole house in. Calling home with max inventories, right? Fabulous. So if I want to start a desert realm, would I use an abeyance card at one of the crude portals? I'm very new. No. So what you'll do is this. I'll actually show you exactly how to do it. Hang on. Let me just get myself to because what I'll do too is I'll run back to one of the other houses to show you what you have to do once you do build a respite somewhere else. So what I'll do is first show you where the cairn is. So let's say that before you even start building, let me just throw this lumber in. Let's say that before you even start building, you're like, this is a perfect spot and I want to make sure that I respawn here. I have to go out and collect materials, but I want to make sure that I don't die and get teleported back, right? Because that's one of the most frustrating things in a game like this, is like the idea that you could just get ported out of all this is going to be frustrating. So what you're going to want to do is build one of these guys. Now, this is called Respite. You can, in fact, rename them. So one thing I love about this is that, let's say that I'm like, okay, this is going to be the country house, and then I'm going to build a mansion, but then I'm also going to build a fortress. I could rename the different respites, the different titles. So like this one could be country house, that one could be fortress, and I'll be able to switch my respawn point just by tapping on these one time. Now, what that means is that, so when you leave this Abeyance Realm, right, and you go into the desert, what's going to happen is that you will not have a respawn point yet in the desert until you build one of these. So I would say first order of priority is build yourself a respawn point in the world that you land in a safe zone. So that basically if you keep on chain dying, you're not like constantly having to like run back to the portal and fix it. So what this is going to look like is this, right? So let's say that I'm like, all right, I've had enough of this. What we're going to do is we're going to quickly go back to the house in Wilkins Reach. So you're going to hit M. You're going to go return to the crossways. Now, I know what you're thinking, which is like, interesting. This is going to be your main access from which you travel to all other worlds unless you go to a particular portal. Game that says, I'm just here to support. Why, thank you, Felly. It's lovely to see you. I hope your day is going well. This is a game called Nightingale, and actually, Felly, I think that you would be addicted to this game in a way that is like hard for me to even convey, because I saw the cozy game that you recommended from your wish list, and I was like, listen, this is same vein. This is same vein. Anytime, Duck. Listen, I completely get it, especially too when you're new to a game. Finding somebody who will like actually like walk you through sometimes is the most crucial thing. Like, big shout out to Lord Morbidius who did that for me with Conan Exiles. I was an absolute noob in Conan and had no idea what I was doing, and so all of like the little like helpful hints and tips, I feel like it just makes the experience so much happier, because especially too in a survival and crafting game, there is nothing as frustrating as needing to know something basic and not having it broken down. Like in Conan, I had no idea how to build buildings. I would like see everybody with these elaborate buildings, but I did not know what button to press. So I sat there for a full 30 hours before I could build myself a house. It's pretty rough. It was one of those like, how do you build guides? Well, you just click the button. I'm like, I guess I'm just not doing it right. So you're gonna get here, right? And this is going to be the crossways. Now, what you're going to notice with the crossways, so when you teleport to a different world for the first time after progressing the main story, you will unlock these big archways. So this right here is Sylvan's Cradle. This is like the Rot world, which is the one that comes next. This one is basically a desert world, but it's called Welkin's Reach. Now, what I'm going to do is we're going to go to Welkin's Reach because I'm going to show you how to use the smaller teleporting portals, which actually, let me just check if we have one here. We might just have one here. I love Disney because it's not hard to figure out. In Apex, it's so easy. I'm trying to expand the gaming knowledge I have, but I have a lot. Yeah, right? I'll tell you something right now, Felly. That's why I love the survival genre. I think it's really fun because as you learn, it's very satisfying. Like, usually for a lot of these games, and especially one as beautiful as this, because, I mean, just look at this architecture. But usually in these games, it's not just that they're beautiful, it's that when you learn something and you're able to apply it, it gives you tangible benefit. And I feel like that's one of these things where when we talk about different genres of games, right, and how they are satisfying, for me, what I find amazing is like unlocking crafting, unlocking new crafting items, and then immediately being able to jump in and use them is like I am strangely addicted to it. I have no idea why. All right, let me just see how far the run's going to be to the portal. I think the portal is down here. So basically in each one of these worlds, Duck, you're going to see this, right? The portal. Now, let's say that you craft an Astrolabe Desert card, which is actually, we'll just briefly teleport there. We'll set up a respawn there, and then we'll teleport back, and then I'll show you the process. So one thing that becomes incredibly important in this game to kind of keep track of, and this is the one thing that I will say, I can see where a lot of people are going to get a little bit fatigued of it. you have to really keep track of where you last were before you build the respite. So like, let's say that we do the Astrolabe Desert, but I accidentally go to the Antiquarian Desert instead, right? I could get super frustrated looking for my base for a while, but the thing that's really nice about it, it's truly perfectly timed. I just got to Sylvan's Cradle and was wondering if I would be able to build a second respite there. Oh, Ella, I'm so glad to hear it. Yeah, absolutely. You can build respites pretty much anywhere. They're just respawn points. You can also have multiple within the same little world. Thank you, Felly. I might actually. I was thinking about this. I was like, this would be really fun to like... It would be really fun to do guide streams where we like start from the foundation of the game with like different characters, and then it's basically like, all right, chat, tell me what we're doing. Are we crafting? Are we exploring? Who wants decor stuff? Who wants to find all the highest unlocks? Because I'll tell you one thing with these games that I think is really satisfying is like when you find a creator where you can just vibe and they explain things. It's like you just... It's how I felt with Fighting Cowboys Dark Souls tutorials. It really actually allows you to relax and enjoy the game more. Whereas until you have that, it can be a bit of a slog, like, and especially too in the survival genre, because sometimes the tutorials are so nebulous, you just have no idea what you're looking at. Like, we were actually trying out Soul Mask, I want to say a week or two ago, and the one thing that I will say for the game, fantastic looking game. I love the music, I love the concept. However, those tutorial menus leave so much to be desired. I just looked at a wall of text. Duck, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, dude. Welcome in officially. Stop the umbrella, I'm obsessed. You're not even ready. Are you ready? Because, by the way, it's a Victorian steampunk. It's a Victorian steampunk style survival game, Felly, and it's witchy and everything. And I love it. Oh my god, Ella, kindred spirits. And let me tell you something. It's very witchy, it's very cozy, and like, even if all that you ever want to do in this game is mostly build, because of the follower system, you can basically kit out your follower to fully defend you, and you will be able to deal with minimal combat. Exactly, and like, that's what I'm saying. That's why I think that this is really a game that everybody can really get into. I don't know if they'll ever introduce a fully peaceful mode, but I'd imagine so because of the ambiance of the game. It would make perfect sense to have a peaceful mode, but you can basically simulate it, you know, on your own in that sense. But a lot of what we do, so like we'll do like building streams, right? And then we'll have some streams where like basically we only adventure out in this game with others. And the reason why I say that is because the adventuring in this game is very fun. However, I find that it gets very, honestly, like sad, lonely sometimes when you're by yourself for too long in this game. It's nice to hear another human's voice. My cozy game was Apex, right? There you go. You can build multiple cairns, but only one can be set as respite at a time. Yes, this is important to know. So, like, you guys can definitely build multiple cairns, but just be very aware that, like, so if you have one now, actually, this would have been genius level, right? To have a respite at the very beginning of each world when you first go through the portal for the first time, and then to have one that's actually at your base or multiple bases if you're doing multiple builds. Because that will really allow you to get the most mileage out of them. And that way, too, as you're exploring, it's like you kind of always have a nice tether point back. Now, let me see. Where's our portal? It's right around here, but wait till you... Oh my god, Felly, wait till you... Just wait. So these are the portals, right? Now, these are the ones that you want to use to get into these different worlds. So right now, Duckanella, here's how this thing goes. So you're going to walk up to this guy, right? Now, these are cards that you kind of have to craft yourself. I did this with Vulcan's Reach before. But let's say that we're going to go... No, you know what? Let's do Welkins because we've done Welkins. But as you guys can see, so I have Astrolabe Desert, Astrolabe Swamp. Now these are single use. However, the big cards that you get from unlocking the story can be used multiple times. So we're going to reopen the portal to Welkins and hope that we don't die here. Luckily, Nelly is kitted out. And by the way, your followers in this game are absolutely comical. They will do hilarious things, but they fix the AI a lot. Isn't it awesome? Dude, just get ready too, because one thing that's funny now, by the way, when you guys first use these portals, there will sometimes be combat that pops out of the portal. So like, don't be like taken by surprise if suddenly you have enemies crawling all over you. However, one thing that I will say that I really like that they have changed with the combat is like not only do we have different enemy types, but I feel like all of the combat in this game is very uniform. And I can see where there's definitely a desire for more creatures and I think more of the Fae. Like I'm really hoping that they'll expand it like from the summer court into the winter court, like we'll get Holly vibes. I think that that would be a very, very cool theme to start branching into. However, I want them to do it service, so if that takes a sequel, then so be it. So this is, of course, gorgeous. Now, when you get to certain worlds, and I'm going to tell you guys this right out, I made the mistake of trying to kit my follower out with climbing picks and an umbrella and was so happy to see they just appear beside you. Saves on inventory space, right? Same. Enjoy, Felly. Enjoy the lurk. I do wish their gear didn't take up... I agree. Now, that is something that I do think that they should fix, even with our characters. I think that that would be a very quality of life enhancement. Or, like, when you're wearing them, set their weight to 0. Because we're all running back with insane inventories right now. So here's Welkins, right? Now, here's how this works. So, even though I have, and you guys will see this on the spawn point, because we're going to make a crazy run for it, and you guys are going to start laughing. So my respite is all the way down here. Now, we are actually starting, thankfully, in a world that we can travel quite a lot by umbrella, but as you guys can see, this is going to be a crazy southern run, and the stuff here is pretty high level. Like, if you guys have not gotten here yet, I'm going to put it to you this way. This is not a place that you can get outside the main story, and once you do get here, it's going to be a bit of a learning curve, so you want to have a respite here right away. I'm going to just make my way south, but as you can see, our version of gravity here is a bit different. Now, what you're going to want to do is whenever you guys get into a world where you already have bases, you want to just go quickly tap on your respite cairn. And the reason why I say this is because until you have that respawn set, you will actually have to go through the loading menus of once again dealing with the respawn process and then traveling back through that portal and the wait times, and it's just very it would be clunky. Now, what's nice, by the way, in this world is that whenever you hit those little jump pads, you do get some of your stamina back. Keep in mind, though, that whenever you hit those little meteorites, you are rapidly losing stamina. And if you hit the ground too hard here, you will die. We get back. Now, I just call this a blind run. Like, I don't even bother with enemies until I've tapped my respite in a world. Like, essentially until it's built and until I've, you know, kind of gotten myself ready. I won't mess too hard with the enemies unless I'm absolutely forced, because to be honest with you guys, that chain of death can be one of the few things in this game that I will say, like, it's very, they make death very gentle here where you don't lose your inventory, and I think that that's a huge draw. Because if we lost our inventories, I think we'd all be raging. But every world also has its ambient effects, so in this world the sun is very dangerous. Is it still accessible, or is it one way only? So technically, because I used a major realm card from the base story, it will endlessly be available. However, what I'm about to show you with these smaller portals are single-use cards. Now, the single-use cards... So, for example, when I want to get back... I just realized this too. When I want to get back to the Astrolabe Forest, unless I smack Return to Respite, I would have to use a card to get there. Like Ark? Like Ark. Yeah, Ark and the bag system made me just absolutely... It was something, let me tell you. Okay, so you see this right here? This is your estate cairn. Now, I'm not going to create a respite here because I'm already back at the house and there's nothing chasing me. But basically, the thing to keep in mind here is that whenever you guys re-enter a zone, you want to tap this so that it resets your spawn point back to your house. See what I mean? These are all... Actually, this works out, though, because I need the seeds. Hang on. This... Surprisingly, this turned out to be profitable. Cute little alien pet. I love them. Oh my goodness. What do I need? Lumber, definitely. Hang on, let's just grab materials before we do this. Bring this, because there's no way that I want to keep on making watering cans for every world. Bring that for wire. Let's bring... I love how every single time I'm like, yes, I will finish the house. I still have crafting things like the glamour station here not done. What's up, Charlie? It's so good to see you. How you doing today? Oh, good. Seeds. Let me bring these. Because we have all the plants in the other house, so I'm like, I want to make sure that I actually stay on top of this. Bring that for leather. There's the load stars. They're both teleporter, and so I have not played with any of it yet, but that is so good to know, Yig. Thank you so much for that. I would love that. I remember is dying because I had too much wood in my inventory and something was attacking an arc. I'd have to take everything with the wood, which I needed for a base. Yeah, arc can be a real respawn chain link struggle when you're like, especially when you're newer to the game, you're just like, oh my goodness, like arc without people to help with arc is one of those things that you're just like, oh boy, this is an undertaking. In the event of a single-use card, if I had to recraft that card to the Astrolabe Desert, let's say, would my second journey through a portal take me to the same world? Yes. So let me explain this. So whenever you use a single-use card, I have it technically. I just haven't played around with it yet, but this is very good to know. Thank you. I would love that. Now, if you're going to use purely the world elements, here's how you would do this. So when you guys reapproach a portal, right? Like, so let's say that I'm like, all right, I want to go back to the Astrolabe Desert, but I don't have the materials to craft the Astrolabe Desert card. And I'm like, it's going to be really frustrating if I actually have to do this. When you guys go back up to these portals, there's an option that says reopen portal. I believe you get at least one. I believe that there's an option for one reopening of the portal. Let's see. They might have changed this. Here you go, reopen portal. So the last one that you played will still be loaded in there, and all you have to do is select reload. So I like this duck because it's really not bad. Now, the only thing that's actually stopped me from like playing around more with this is the fact that we don't have a whole lot of synchronous lotus because we have been, like, my buddy and I have been dicking around to the point where like we just haven't done the bunkers yet. Big shout out to Mama for the tip about this. About the bunkers and about the fact that they're a consistent source of synchronous lotus, but it was very amusing. I was like, oh no. I was like, I need to start investing. I'm in danger. But you'll usually get at least one portal reopening. So the thing to avoid resetting the world, right, is to watch out for the last one that you use. So if I were to go straight to like the Astrolabe Desert from this, that will be the only portal that I can reopen. Always open until you choose closed portal. Interesting. The same map will open and you can reset the realm entirely to farm it. Interesting. So it destroys your house and everything. Yeah. Once we get it though, oh absolutely. That and Peppy's boxes everywhere. The way that I am just suffering with an overloaded inventory. I think today is the day that we're gonna grind out some synchronous lotus. I think we could use some infinite chests. What do you say, chat? Have I been struggle busing enough for y'all? Because I'm like, listen. Anytime, duck. I got you. And what's nice too, so like you'll respawn right away, right? In the same place usually that you enter the world. Now I'm just gonna smack this. And here we are. Thank heavens. Why did I not bring the materials I needed for the... Oh, it's fine. I'll just become the Joker. Nobody mind me. Just reset. Yes, anything you've built will disappear too. Okay, good to know. I was not aware of this. Thank you. Because I was like, you know? Hole, where's hole? Wonderful. Let's do this. What do we need? I don't think that that'll be any good. We need glass. We have a... Oh, we do. I forgot that we have a functioning smelter. This is going to be... Now, also, so that you guys keep in mind, I have certain elements in this house, like natural elements, that we've decided to keep from the perspective of just decor. One thing I will warn you about, though, right now, is that this can be a bit of a toss-up as to whether or not it's a good idea, because I've been getting status effects like soggy, damp, all these awful sort of, I don't want to call them demotions. What's the word for this? They're also not downgrades. That's okay. Someday my brain will wake up. And when my brain does wake up, it will wake up with a passion. You know what I actually appreciate about the Holt blooms is that I cannot accidentally farm them. I know that everyone in chat right now is about to just lose it because you know my debuffs. Thank you. Thank you. I was like, oh boy. The brain is not braining today. Cute noises. I hope it's our Carnooty. Also, one thing that's very interesting, and I have noticed this bug, I don't know if you guys have had this happen too, but in our houses where there's like ambient rain happening outside, one thing that is very nice is that, depending on their tiers, yeah, which I love. I just love. I mean, all of the plants in this game are just the most satisfying things. Let me see. Hallelujah. Okay. Now we're in business. Giant pot of mushrooms. Please. Let me have nice things, I beg of you. Come on. Yes. I'm like, we can do it. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh, the home decor is intensifying. And now you all could. Wait, how? But you aren't. I just. Okay. I love it when I just plant a thing and then it immediately sprouts up. I'm like, okay. Listen, the Witchy Cottage sim energy is strong, and I'm living for it. Oh, I can also just stick these. Hang on. By the way, Uber plant tip, if you're like, I do not feel like using the watering can, as long as you're in a world where things can get watered, just stick them outside when it rains. They will quickly spawn in, and then you can just move them back inside. And then, especially too, if you're only planning to use them for decor, or you're only planning to harvest one or two, this is so much faster than investing in the watering can, because the watering can is actually the bane of my life. Should make like a little station. Oh, that would be cute. A watering station. Oh, we're about to hobbit so hard, everyone. Everyone, brace yourselves and buckle your seatbelts. We're going into turbo hobbit mode. Rosie ain't got nothing on us. Because what will basically happen, so like we'll sleep once, and or I will turn around on the stream and you guys are about to watch me get the jump scare of my life when all the plants snap in. But out of nowhere, the plants will just be like, hello, we have decided that it is time for us to blossom. And it's incredibly satisfying. And what I do have to say that I appreciate that they haven't put in this, and I really am hoping that they don't put it in this, even though I could definitely see this being a mechanic, is that you don't have to rewater the pots once you have the whole plant grown. If they introduce a need to continuously water, that I think would definitely be a bit rough. But in its current state, that's not true. First square crop plots in a star pattern and let the rain water that because it was so tricky to water the bottom through. Yeah. Oh yeah. Let me tell you, like, if this game had continuous watering requirements, I think a lot of people would get ragey real fast. That's one thing that I will say is, like, I think in any game where you have to constantly maintain, because I know this is a lot of people's complaint too with Ark, with like the constant dino management and stuff, it's like, with your management mechanics, it's always a good idea to be on the, like, gentler side of the requirement needs. Versus, like, look at it. So already. All we did was stick them outside. Which I love. I mean, honestly, I would not replace that for anything. We're in a magical game, and so the fact that this is a thing just makes me so happy. I'm like, do you even have seeds in you? No. Ooh, look at the marigolds. They're so pretty. Are those the marigolds or are those the dahlias? Oh, so pretty. I love me a good experience of watching plants snap into place in real time. My house is currently evoking the vibes of a garden center, and I am living for it, honestly. Let me see. You. At the lodestars versus respites. Is there a limit to how many of those you can have? So you will need for the lodestars Synchronous Lotus, which for me is a resource that I don't often have in heavy supply as of yet, because you get them primarily from oh, hang on. You get them primarily from these bunkers. When we do start doing more bunkers, we will definitely have more of them, and I'll definitely be able to demo them and probably talk about them further, but exactly, Yig is probably the person to talk to about this, because Yig knows. Yes, please, Phoenix. I always love talking about different magic mechanics in games. I feel like it says so much about the way that devs love their world, depending on what they do with the magic. And lodestars per realm. That makes sense. I feel like that's definitely fair, especially too in terms of respawn. I mean, that's generous. 10 is like, damn. Oh my god, it's looking so heavenly, you guys. I'm so excited for when the night falls and then we have the candlelight and the plants. Like, everyone, just be still, my little hobbity heart. Hang on. There we go. I was like, wait, I have to look at where the plants are, going to magically respawn. God, this is satisfying. Bad boy, nice to see you. Thank you for the bit, dude. Hope you're doing well. Let's see, I think that one needs seeds. It's so pretty. Thing in a pot or no? Yes, it was in a pot. I think instead of having mana be a focus, and if you burn yourself out, it disorients your character. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot, especially because of the mental focus aspect. It would balance it better. The disorienting will get worse the more you've tried to use it. Yeah, I love that, because that would actually force, especially to a lot of like long-term survival people, instead of just farming up their mana to the point where they're basically like a demigod, it would really force a lot of them to actually pay attention to elements in the game like sleep, which is so critically undervalued. I feel like there always comes to be a point in a survival game where like everybody just starts hacking everything, and it's so nice to actually have balance in those mechanics so you can't just exploit them. Like, that's one thing I've really enjoyed every time that we've gone back to Sons of the Forest. I like that it's actually pretty hard at times, like especially if you're playing on the harder difficulty settings, to exploit that game. Okay, plant people. Are we feeling the vibes? Because I'm feeling the vibes. We don't even have chandeliers and hanging stuff yet, but like, we will. The Noach is gonna have a panic attack. He's gonna walk 2 feet into this house and be like, I'm not touching anything! It's so herbology coded, right? Exactly. I internalized the herbology classroom growing up. I was like, this is what I want. This is my future. Okay, good. I have to like make sure that these things are actually in pots, and that I'm not just looking at the remnants of what got left behind. Yeah, I freaking love. I mean, this is one of my favorite aspects even too of like the IRL occult arts, is like anything to do with herbology, herbalism, any of the traditional or like very old grimoires that have to do with Oh, so how many of you guys are into occultism? Before I show you guys my ultimate nerd out, how many of you guys find this stuff fascinating? To any degree. Wait, can I just... Oh, I thought I could infinite pick this, and I was like, wait. Infinite coffee cherries is like a little too OP for everyone. Wait, this is actually hilarious. Can you imagine if it was just permanent? Hang on. I see something. Do we actually have seeds? I know I brought over a bunch. I need more tomatoes. Actually, I need more of these. Barberries. Let's get these going. 108 barberries. God bless us. Never have enough mushrooms. Never have enough coffee. Tomatoes. And we have potatoes. Oh my god, how could I forget potatoes? Fascinating, but don't intend on practicing, at least for a long while. So basically, there are these books, right, called the Grimoire Encyclopedias. Now, I'm not kidding you when I say that I refer to these every single day. So there's 2 volumes of them, and they are yig. Oh my god, the ultimate vegetable, really. They are this thick each. They are both about 660 pages long, and each of these, so it basically takes every single occult text in history, each of them, you know, synthesize every piece of material from every known grimoire, every very famous occultist text, and compends them all into these volumes where you have like huge almanacs of, like, for example, waxes from all different types of creatures, blood from all different types of creatures, brains, like what it's used for, what the specific ritual purpose is, what sort of planets it corresponds to, what sort of energies, what sort of, like, so you can basically take any herb in your kitchen right now and look it up in this, and if it has had any resonance at all, anywhere, in any grimoire in history, it will be in here. It is one of the best works that I have ever found. It is basically my Bible at this point, like, especially too for any of like the basic spellcrafting and stuff that I'm doing. I essentially always refer to it because you can see the correspondences very clearly. It is extremely satisfying. And honestly, they're gorgeous. The books themselves are very high quality. So definitely if you guys are looking for a really, really good thing to pick up, it feels very much, I will say, akin to picking up the textbooks in Harry Potter. Like, if you guys grew up like I did, looking at Diagon Alley and being like, man, I wish I could go and experience that. Well, let's just say you most definitely can. And there they are. Cape aloe. 2 more barberries. I feel like we don't have enough barberries. The Saskatoon are beautiful, though. I love that pink. Are you, like... Okay. I was like, am I out of it? But yeah, the Grimoire Encyclopedias are probably my favorite thing that I have ever purchased. That's one of those investments that it has come in such handy that it has paid for itself 100 times over. Who's more interested in Nocturne Alley? Yeah. The artifacts there, while dangerous, could also be interesting to research. I agree completely, Phoenix. That was always my thing too, is like, essentially the minute that Harry ever went down into Diagon Alley because of his mispronunciation, I was like, man, he's living my dream. Like, imagine walking into a store and it's just odds and ends for darker magic. But see, that's also, like, if I were in the wizarding world of Harry Potter, that's what I would want to be researching, is like the darker stuff. And not just from like a perspective of being an Auror or in defense against the dark arts. I would want to understand, like, What made up the foundations of the Cruciatus Curse? Like, why do we have this? Why does this exist? This is also going to be the bane of my life, so we are going to try desperately hard to move this candle. I don't think that this candle is... It will. I'm so happy. So relieved. I'm so glad that this is a thing that I almost don't know what to do with myself. Alright, let's let those grow. But yeah, I feel precisely the same way, Phoenix. I'm very big on that. I'm very big on the darker arts when it comes to magic. I've always been. I'm not really somebody who... And I mean, that's not to say that I think we should all be running around cursing each other and stuff. It's just interesting to understand where these things are born from. Like, for me in particular, growing up, I was always very into... Like, it's so funny because as I got older, you would think that as you age, you'd be more into money magic, but that was like for me the least interesting. But now as I age, I'm very into things like financial spells and all that kind of business. Wish we could have actually seen Harry use some of the darker spells. Yeah, I wish we could have spent more time with him as an Auror, and that's why I would really like, instead of them constantly focusing on endless remakes, I wish that they would focus on showing us them as adults. Oh yeah, what are the fan-made origin stories? I'm curious. I'm interested in who has taken Rowling's work and really expanded on it, to be candid with you guys, because sometimes Rowling would include elements that just, from a traditional occultist perspective, were interesting choices. I'll put it that way. There's a couple of them that have been like widely discussed online, but it's one of those interesting things where, and I think Quantum really brought up this point beautifully before, because witchcraft and wizardry has really gone into the mainstream. What we see with a lot of occultism is that, unfortunately, kind of like therapy speech, sometimes you'll hear people quote-unquote communicating, but what they're saying is not even an intelligible string of words, so the words have lost their meaning. We're kind of seeing the same thing start to happen with occultism. Where it's like, uh-oh. It's like, guys, we're going backwards. Okay, good. Yeah, I always love fan theories, though. I love it when the fans are so dedicated to a thing that they're like, yes, we are going to spend quite a bit of time thinking about this. I get like this, too, about House of the Dragon. I used to be like this about Game of Thrones, but rip me and everybody else who got absolutely ripped off by Dan and Dave. Although, I will say, one of my happier findings in recent history was discovering that everything that went on in the end of Game of Thrones was purely a director choice and not a George choice, because, oh boy, that one was a rough one. I was like, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow if that's actually going to be happening. Curio was originally made to prevent suicide for the traumatized. The Crucio was originally a stinging mare for animals trying to eat livestock, and Avada Kedavra was originally made to kill livestock painlessly and quickly. You know, that would actually make sense in a very, like, practical sense. I don't disagree with the idea of those being the origins, because I think it certainly makes more, from like from a stance of basic logic, right? It certainly makes more sense that Avada Kedavra would not have been this, you know, here's how to kill anything instantly spell from the perspective of we condone murder. It would only make sense from a perspective where you would have to be using it in a practical day-to-day way, so I think that that is actually a fantastic theory. 'Cause it's like, yeah, it would make arguably more sense. Do the plants just give me essence? Am I out of my mind, or are things just not spawning because I've placed so many? Things are just not spawning because I placed so many. Okay. I was like, am I losing it? What else do we still need here? Why did I make leather? No. Okay, here we go. Yep, and this is why we weren't supposed to put the... Okay. Alright, this is fine. Oh boy, and now I can't access these. Okay. More likely the plants that would be in those pots are still sitting outside. Yeah, probably. Makes sense. Actually using dark spells, both during the war and as an aura. Sure. I mean, honestly, they're very practically useful depending on what your version of practical magic would, depending on what your definition includes, they could be very, very handy. I think one of the issues with a lot of the dark arts, and I've always had this problem with Harry Potter, and for those of you that are new to my content, I'm not a fan of the people who use a lot of the wizarding world, especially of Harry Potter, as a way to start turning everything into a personality test. I wish that many of the people who are convinced that, for example, all Slytherins are evil would just go to therapy. I feel like there would be so much more benefit to getting real psychological help versus trying to diagnose groups of people based upon their Hogwarts house. It's one of those examples where I'm just like, ugh. Because growing up, I was one of the kids who, like, was waiting for the books on release day. We were all very hype about it, but it's like, then people turned it into this excuse to treat other human beings like garbage, and I was like, oh, do we have to? I was like, couldn't we all just enjoy the thing? Without endlessly trying to diagnose the folks who get results that we don't particularly want for ourselves or feel aligned with. Oh wait, I put a pet bed. Let me put the pet bed up by me, because I am now, like... Why wouldn't I? Let's give you a cute little... Oh, this could actually be adorable. What's up, Forward? Nice to see you. I'm gonna promote to him as a human shield. Blood restoring curse to suffocate a Death Eater. Yeah. I don't know if Harry has it in him. I don't know. That's one of those ones where it's like it's nice as a thought, but I don't honestly think that he has the metal for that. Harry kind of struck me, and most of the Gryffindors kind of struck me as the type who would see just a linear, black and white morality when it comes to the Unforgivables. That kind of creativity is the sort of thing that, like, I would expect that from Hermione more. She really belonged in Ravenclaw. She definitely had more of an aptitude in that direction. So that's where I'm like, I don't know. Was I really gone this whole time and it was supposed to be for wood? That's hilarious. Let's make 241 time. Spoil anything. Yeah, it's like, no, like, listen, we've definitely seen some stuff. It's just one of those things where, like, to be honest, when it's not purely out of necessity, I don't know. Basically in the books, as much as I was, like, paying attention to what was going on with Harry and the other protagonists, I did not find them relatable at all. No, I'm not buying the Quidditch game. I think it's garbage that they didn't put it in the original to begin with. I just find that to be such ridiculous behavior, because they know that the fans were looking forward to Quidditch, and then they're like, well, let's just make a whole separate game. No. That's not what we asked for. I'm like, enjoy Hogwarts Legacy for what it is, but that's not what was asked for. Honestly, the #1 mistake that that company has made, of all of them, beyond just the whole debacle with Rowling, like, please God, let's inch the conversation back from the edge of insanity with that one. But the biggest mistake, IMO, is that they did not make that game multiplayer. That game needed to be multiplayer. If we could have played that all with our friends, and if we had Quidditch already built into it, like, I wish that they took the extra time to do these things. Because I think for many people that would have been, a crucial factor. And now we're just... It's kind of in a state where I think most of people's discontent with it boils down to the fact that, like, you know, beyond the arbitrary quests and stuff, it feels like a very lonely experience. Harry Potter was something that most of us who are buying the game grew up with our friends waiting in line for the books and stuff. Like, most of the nostalgia people who are grabbing it for that reason, it was never an isolating thing. It was something that we used to come together with other people. Look at the source code. The original one infuriates me. The one with Nightmare Hagrid is hilarious, but it genuinely infuriates me. I was never, like, big on platformers when I was growing up. Like, I messed with Spyro because I was obsessed with dragons, but, like, Crash Bandicoot would send me into, like, hysterics. So, when I eventually did get to the point where I was playing some of the Harry Potter games, like the OGs, I was like, oh boy. It's like, we are dangerously close to Rageaholic territory. I was like, oh no, not Nightmare Hagrid. I did watch somebody else play them though, and it was enjoyable. So I can understand the draw to it. I'm just, I'm not blessed with that kind of patience. I used to play Spyro until I made myself motion sick. Wasn't it great? Ella, it was so fun. Yeah, especially since there was at no point any consideration about why we needed it. Yeah. That's the thing, Phoenix, is like they're showing such a lack of consideration for the actual player base that I'm just kind of like, I don't support that. I'm like, basically if a dev, and I mean, we just had this conversation regarding Bethesda and the Elder Scrolls 6 and the new announcement that kind of came out in the wake of the dev interviews and such. When I see a tone-deaf company who's just not listening to players and is not really putting that experience at the forefront, even if it means like, okay, you know, your game's going to be delayed by an extra 6 months, for me, that's just, it's kiss of death material. Especially in today's day and age where it's like the cost for these games is an ever-increasing sliding scale. It's like you can't keep on expecting people to want to shell out 60 to 80 bucks for your game, especially from a major franchise, when you didn't even honor the basic requests of the fan base to start with. It's like, why would anyone want the sequel when you weren't satisfied with the original? Oh yeah, Spyro is so fun, but Spyro can absolutely... The flying tasks, Ella. The flying tasks. I was sitting there the whole time and I was like, oh my goodness. I was like, my brain. I was like, do I possess the brain for these games? And then as I got older, the verdict was, not really. Although I have to tell you guys that Year of the Dragon from Spyro, I had such satisfaction collecting and hatching all the different eggs that for me, that was like the highlight of that game. I was like, all other things related to Spyro aside, I could just sit here forever and do this. What else do we need? Yeah, it would help if I did this. Alright, let's do you. You. Maybe. Nope. Why can't we do 2 layers of... Weird. Alright. Have basic elements. They're not wire. Hang on. You could be, though. Let's do that. Like, yeah, let's get the chests and all of the gear out of the way, please, of the other things that we plan on crafting, because otherwise this is about to become infinitely more complicated. So we should have the metal frame cot unlocked. Let's see, is there anything else that we're basically missing from tier 2 before we proceed? Oh my goodness, yes. Yes, we are. Oh, we need those. Darn it. Alright, time to explore. We have to make some rope and cloth anyway, so we may as well. Twine. Have any more? No. I still... Oh boy. Oh, that's right. We're just gonna have Cedarama out here. Cloth. Let's do... A refined longbow. We have not messed around with bows very much. We have messed around with the sling bow. What do I need for... Yeah, you know what was very funny for me growing up, and I remember this with a bizarre specificity? I will never forget how frustrating it was the first time I ever found out what motion blur was. I genuinely thought that I was completely losing it. And I was like, oh, do you mean to tell me that rather than completely losing it, my life could have made sense? I was... Ooh. Oh, you're fine, Goodwin. Possible non-custodial kidnapping. Oh my goodness. Goodwin sending all of the good vibes towards them. I hope it's gonna be okay. That is terrifying. Alright, let's see what Mipik is. What are you, buddy? You're a... Oh my god, you're like a pedal puppy. Oh my god, you're so cute. Oh my god, he's so cute. Oh my god, he's so cute. I want 100. Wait. Pet stream, let's go. We have Mepig, we have Catapulus. What's the other one that I got? Oh, this one. We haven't done this one either. Right, Phoenix? He's precious. It was just very funny. I could not believe that I had a dream about building things. In this game, I was like, oh boy. That's how you know that you're well and truly addicted to something. How much do we need for this? Rope and cloth is 3 and 2. Okay. Where was our... Didn't we have... Oh, yeah. I left, like, infinite twine crafting here. Or nearly. Let's do you. Shoot. Oh my goodness, it's the Holt fiber. Hang on. That is actually... Wait, this is why we were doing this. Oh my god, you guys. We farmed all of this Holt fiber so that I could try and make better, stronger clothes. That's what all this began as. And now I am living the plant lady life. This is actually so funny. Not me just finally realizing why we're here. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Oh boy. It's rough. I was like, oh, all of this started on a quest for better clothes. And look where it's taken us. Like, well, on the bright side, we'll be able to use our sewing table soon. Not me just very casually getting very distracted. It's fine. Totally normal. Perfectly healthy. Definitely balanced. Alright. Let us do one thing. I have in my inventory. Ooh, we're actually in pretty good shape. I thought Never mind. What do we buy? Completed bunker. Yeah, let's go down to the bunker. I'm like, so that's what this is. I see. Would be a shame if I violently smash some ish. Oh, not cannon, bro. He's gotta go. Oh boy. Oh, what are you? Yeah, you know what? Hang on. Idea. Dang, that was actually decent. Like, get out of here with all that. Where's my sickle? Thank you. Me, who has not even done a bunker in abeyance, is doing a bunker. Please make it make sense. Right, Phoenix? My thoughts exactly. Nelly, she's just like straight up running down the stairs. Like, okay, girl, dang. Ow. Oh, dear Lord in heaven. 25. Ooh. For this leather. I'm like, don't worry, Nelly, you'll be fine. He's like 100% gonna be downed, and I'm gonna be like eating these words in 2 seconds. Oh my god, Nell, you scared me in the dark. I saw like the nearest sliver here and was like, maybe I can break the wall. No. I actually recognize this particular layout of this bunker from about 6 months ago. This is like, I have to tell you guys, it's so exciting to actually see them reusing things from the base game instead of just completely changing it. But like from what they originally created, it's nice to see them doubling back and making sure that they are consistent. What the hell? What is that thing? Oh, I see, I see. Oh, hallelujah. Peppy's box is coming. That's fine. Even if they'd like to kill me, actually, that would be convenient. Hush. Here we go. Can I break you? No. So we said that there's 3 in these bunkers, right? I'm wondering if there's 3 sections of the bunkers. Or if I'm just very not observant. Both options are really very possible. Just the cha. Oh, it's so pretty. Imagine we turn up in a world boss battle. There she is. Did I actually bring the... Of course not. Why would I ever bring my ammunition for the explosive marbles? Why would it make sense, you know? Ooh, poison marbles. Wait, that could actually be very useful. I was like, hopefully we're not going to be facing a Zazzle 2.0, because that would be, unfortunate. I hear it. Where? I absolutely love how random the things that we find in these little chests are. I don't know why, but this just gives me the biggest satisfaction to be able to like throw the sickle into them and just watch random crap pop out. Obviously the way is probably gonna be down, more so, maybe it's up too. Let's see. Ooh, never mind. Are you a combat? No. Yes. Where? Ow. Oh, nice. That's one. Am I hearing something? Ah. How to play favors. Interesting. Look into that later. Like, I don't know, I'm hearing something. Hiya! Multiple waves to unlock the essence. Thank you! Appreciate it, minion. Welcome back. Oh no, hang on, wait. Let me not be too hasty here. Broth! Food! I'm like, look, Nelly, basic crafting materials. Oh, good. Okay, this won't be too bad. Love it if I could find the, Hello. Where did it go? Hello? Oh, there you are. Oh my goodness. Why do I hop like I'm on the moon? Wait, this is actually so amazing. Don't mind me, I'm just going to be a projectile, everyone. I think I'll let her handle it, actually. She seems like she has it well in hand. Tags for or against. Oh, you're fine. Don't worry, guys. Whenever I'm, like, exploring something, you guys are more than welcome to offer helpful feedback when you'd like. Do not worry. Unless it's like, you know how there's, like, a lot of people out right now playing God of War Ragnarok? That's one of those games where, like, a lot of people will come into the chat and, like, intentionally try and spoil the story because they're, miserable people. I don't think of you guys that way when it comes to stuff like this game. Like, I don't worry about that stuff, so you guys can always feel free to just unwind, be yourselves, don't worry. What's up, Sinnoh? Thank you for popping by. You hop because you have the favor of soaring. Oh, I love that. Wait, that's actually awesome. Ah! Oh, ow. You hurt. What's up, Sinnoh? How you doing? Believe it or not, this all started with yet another house and yet another world that when we get you there, you're gonna be like, oh wow, look, we already have a house. It's functional. Right? How ready are you for it to be done? I don't know if anybody else's week has been a particularly interesting year. But definitely. Ooh. You know what? I always wind up regretting it when I take excessive things through these dungeons. For once in my life, I'm going to make the right decision. Take a fifth on how my week is. I'm so sorry, dude. Yeah, let me tell you something. This has been a rough... It's been a bit of a rough go of things lately. I love how I just had 87 barberry seeds chilling. 1K% would rather be working on my book, right? That is a vibe. That is a vibe. Oh. Good God, a half hour from coal. That's amazing. So now we have to farm coal. That's ridiculous. That was so nice. What did I have this on? I think it was this that I have it on. I'm so sorry, Minion. I hope the things start looking up soon. I know that feeling, though. It's been... Ooh, boy. Over here, as we're prepping things to have sections of the house get renovated, I'm just like, and why are we renovating in fall? Waiting for the book to be finished, and I know... Well, once it is, I'm quitting my job. So fast that their heads will spin, right? When you're done, you're done. I like the throwing knives a lot. Honestly, though, I have to say, one of the funniest things is that it was not me who unlocked it, actually, but Mr. Sinnoh, and I am so grateful for it, Sinnoh. Thank you so much. Because, ooh-wee. I was like, we were getting to a point where we were just sort of chain dying. And in spite of my brand name, I was like, you know, one must also live long enough to survive the game itself. I would like to be able to expand the radius. I'm sure that there must be a projectile range expansion that's possible, but if I could just get to the point where I could just yeet this sickle into oblivion at all times, I would just be so happy. Yes, and a big congratulations to Mr. Sinnoh as well. This is very exciting news. I am really, really excited. Which is honestly, and what I love about it too, Sinnoh, is that because of the specificity, it actually makes it for an even better story. Because there will be so much rich historical knowledge embedded in there. Pretty far though. My favorite is the puzzles, yeah. Oh yeah, I love the ones where you have to like hunt down the little glyphs. They make me very satisfied. If for no other reason, but that I love that sound that's affiliated with them. I was like, ooh, this would be a great like follow alert sound. I know I'm Luke gobbling. I'm Luke gobbling, in fact. I'm Luke goblining very hard. Oh, 100%. And what I mean is like too, you know, you don't see many people being able to very accurately talk about Irish history and especially Irish mythos. So it's very compelling, I think. Where is she? Nelly? Nell? Instead of climbing up there. Yeah, you can. You can do also explosive marbles, which is my personal favorite. Where is she? Up here. I know that I am moving at the speed of molasses, which is really something, isn't it? Nelly. Ah, shit. Hang on. technically fighting or was on my behalf. Yeah, she was. That's why I'm like, Nelly! Where'd you go, Nell? God damn it. If I could just stop loot goblining for 5 seconds. She is. Oh my goodness, and we're here. Thank God. Now, Nell, I'd like you to listen very closely to me. I need you to carry these several very difficult, heavy things. Hang on. All 22 quartz. Obviously, we need that. Don't tell anybody that it grows right next to the house. They would really doubt our resolve. Take that, take that, take that. There we go. There we go. Now I'm overburdened, by not significantly as much. Got that. I'm not gonna grab the gilded from that because even though I should, I have so much gilded. Oh, so Sinnoh, I found out why we weren't getting as much Synchronous Lotus. It's in the bunkers. Thank you to Mama Java for that, because honestly I was going to be, oh boy. We were gonna be stumbling around a bit. Ow. And the good news, Sinnoh, is that I did find out from, I believe it was Yips, that we can actually build lodestars, which are both respites and portals, 2 in 1. Which is very exciting, because instead of needing a crude portal, we can actually, pick this up a notch or two. Wherefore art thou, enemies? Why am I here? What's the meaning of life? I was about to break into singing when I was a young warthog again, which is really like, I have to tell you guys that of all the things that I have sang on stream, I don't know why that particular snippet of The Lion King just happens to live inside of my mind rent-free. But I'm not upset about it. Let's see, do that. Welcome back, minion. Alright, we need all the coal that we can possibly get our hands on. Let's do this. We're also... I have 40... Oh, no wonder. Give me that. There we go. There we go. I was like, Alright, now we go. Run this way, this way, this way. Let's just all be in here. This feels like the easiest way for them to find us. Not there. When I was a young... No, don't do it. Don't do it. Brain, don't do it. Yeah! Get wrecked. Which is awesome. By the way, Sinnoh, I'm so excited for you, and I'm actually so happy that you're going that route, because I feel like there's so much more of a satisfying, satisfying feel to it. Probably. Thank you for the follow, dude. Probably. That was the campfire. IPML can do audiobooks, movies, and other media, which I love. Honestly, I love the self-publishing route for specifically that reason. I feel like the minute that you start tangling with these different, larger companies, there's a lot more room legally for things to get ugly and messy. I know, one person that I've seen really have a tough time with it was actually Andrea Perrin. Because the original Conjuring movies were going to be her books, but they quite literally would not publish her books because it was too scary. Hey! Enjoy, Phoenix. Ooh, both of those sound good. Yeah, there we go. Hey, we got there. One thing that's very consistent about me is that I have a tendency to go back and explore things, like especially too, like whenever we have a day where we're like just hanging out and chit-chatting, I'll like run back through all these and just be like, did I get all the loot? Do things respawn? Like, I always like to test with these games and find out, you know, exactly what the contours are of how far we can push them. Basically, I think that Minion's about to give you blunt insight about publishing, so know if you're down for it. At least self-publishing, potentially. Ah! God, we let my hair dry naturally earlier, and I'm so disoriented by the fact that my hair is naturally dry that I was like, I didn't know what I was looking at. Listen, I appreciate that. Hang on. Whoa. Oh, it's just my Ring doorbell. My Ring doorbell was just giving me neighborhood updates, and I'd look down at the phone, and you know when you see your phone absolutely exploding? Apparently there is a bear. Alright, now let's make one of these. Yes. Nelly, come here. I'll forget otherwise. Give me this. Can I just do... Right, we gotta do this. That bear, my brain thought that the Ring doorbell picked up one, right? Can you imagine? It'd be so funny if there was a bear on my porch. I would just be like, hello! Like, good morning! Alright, let's see. What's up, Smee? It's nice to see you. How did the event go? 'Tis a pleasure, 'tis a pleasure. My heart took you to go away to Minion, I'm so sorry. Minion, I'm so sorry for your loss, dude. That's a very hard time. And Smee, was it a very pleasant experience, I hope? What do I need for this? Wire, which has not finished yet. We need this. I need wire for that. A lot of games around. Cosplays, music, and good friends. Oh, I'm so glad, Smee. That is really excellent news, dude. That is really, really excellent news. I'll tell you what, it is always a good time when you're able to just enjoy the event, get something professional. Get into a series, also work on getting higher disability, yeah. Which makes perfect sense. I mean, so no, I am just so excited for you that it's happening. You know, I think whenever you have the chance, really, for one of your dreams to come true in a way that is just so satisfying, it is so crucial get as much information as possible about it. So I just want to thank you, Minion, for that, because honestly, I'll tell you something too, is like people do not, I think, a lot of times give enough blunt advice, but when you do get it, it's amazing. Love it. Once I DM you it, I won a raffle and bought something. Oh my god, Smee, I'm so excited to see. I am so excited, and congratulations on winning the raffle. That's very exciting news. We always love that. Hello, Dizzy. Very nice to meet you. Hello, fellow Realm Walker, I suspect. Okay, I love your name, Dizzy, because as I read it, I was like, this actually looks amazing. No comforting the cats feel like emptiness, and anything digital doesn't help either. Anything digital doesn't help either. Books. Books. When in doubt, excellent books. I lean on audiobooks. Especially Louise Penny's Chief Inspector Armand Gamache series. Start with any book in the series. They are so cozy. They are so wonderful. You literally cannot go wrong with them. Way too much time in this game, right, Dizzy? I love it so much. Had a few prizes, and I was lucky to get something I would actually like. Indeed, Smee. That is really beautiful. I freaking love it when that happens. Let me see. All right. Let me see. What do we need here? Oh, the shaft and help. Oh yeah, and then none of it would be wood. Thank you for the follow, dude. Oh, I'm so excited. It's me. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Alright, let's see. We need to make a hilt. I'll tell you too, one thing that I really like about this game, and it's been really, really fascinating, I think, for me to kind of experience, is like, I enjoy the way that this game involves the Fae, but it's not trying to get us to a point where it's oversimplifying or trying to teach us. Hey, I love it. Listen, it's because I am a big fan of Drizzt Do'Urden, and so I watch really carefully, because whenever I see people come in, I mean, I call them both things, Drizzt and Dritz, like, interchangeably, but yeah, I mean, I was like, you know what, it's nice for people for their privacy. I like to honor people's privacy, but one thing I'm really enjoying with this game is that we are being introduced to the Fae, but we are not in any way in a position where I feel like we are having things re-explained to us that we perhaps should not be. Does that make sense? I enjoy that they are not trying to like walk us through the Fae lore as if they are trying to be a textbook and or being overly reductive. Like there's just the right amount of bringing us in on the action happening here. And that's one of the things, Dizzy, that keeps the game fresh for me. Like we're just kind of getting like a little trickle here and there. We're not getting this like explosive, you know, here's all of this intense lore, you must catch up to all of it. Here's 1,000 very specific names. Exactly, watching from behind the shadows, precisely. That is definitely the vibe of it, and I really like that and respect that about it, because I will tell you right now, one thing that gets me very, very frustrated sometimes in games like this is when, and you know, Quantum, we were talking about this earlier as well, it's like, whenever you're going to interact with, especially another culture's primary lore, it's so important to do it from a place of like respect and dignity and not, you know, not just trying to oversimplify things to the point where they lose all meaning. So I have a lot of respect for this game because this game is really demonstrating the best of that. And it has been very nice to see. Why would you— oh, hang on. Whoa. Darn it. Why would my brain do that? I can make a few dictionaries, right? There's lore, but it's like, it's not shoved down your throat. They're not being overly reductionist. It's like, it's very— I love that so much. unlock the stave building set? No idea. Stave building set. I don't think I have yet. I don't think we're there yet. Oh my god, the essence. Oh my Jesus god, the essence. Hang on. We'll just work our way down the list. Ooh, another umbrella. I'm excited. These umbrellas, they just keep on getting better. Save is the Norse. Okay. Yeah, I'm excited for the Norse. The Norse is going to be gorgeous. I trust that. Honestly, I trust anything that this game puts out. And thank you guys. Yeah, I'll definitely keep you posted. I'm very much somebody who's just like, when I tell you guys, I'm just so glad to be back in this game. I'm so glad that they actually listened to the community. I think many of us were very, very concerned. I think many of us were very, very concerned because I know that, and this is the thing, I trust indie devs usually more than I would trust the big name devs, but sometimes you see people place so much love into a game, but then they just sort of don't keep up with it and maintain it well. So the fact that these devs actually care enough to do that has been one of the most fascinating and gratifying things. It has a working fireplace. Oh, that's excellent. Oh, a bronze ingot. Oh, baby. Hang on. We're gonna have to go back to Abeyance real fast. Actually, this would be a very good time for us to construct something that I have been teasing that we would. Let's do this. First of all, let's get one of these. And the clothes match the stave set. Wait, that's awesome. Wait, that's actually really awesome. So let's officially get one of these. We will need wire, of course. Hang on. What is... Stop it. I need wire. I'm like, that's enough? Oh my god, and our pedal dog, Mepik, is so cute. I love the whole bloom stuff. I really want to. I really, really want to get really intricate with the outfits. I just need to... I'm like, I need to prioritize such things. We also need to make just a separate ammo bin, I think. Because this is just obscene. Let's see. 7, 2 metal plates, put that in there. 79 shimmering ingots, dear God in heaven. A glamour token, good, that's what we need for the other one. Oh yes, and then we also have these for the... That. Alright. Let's see what Catty looks like. Oh my god, you are very cute. You know what? Fine. This will be the house with all the alien pets. I accept my fate. Alien pets. Darn it. Rope. Thread. Yeah, I'm like, if I just had wire. There we go. Oh, at last. Okay, let's see what we can actually make now. This is just one of those moments where I'm like, please, God. Let us make things. I keep doing this thing where I keep on running around and being so ADHD. So we got a house with an army of dogs, one with cats, and now one with alien pets. Yes, we're very safe. We're so safe. Other seasons of millet, which can be used as flour if you want better bonuses than wheat or oats. Yeah. I kind of figured as much. Oh, interesting. So these are limited. Alright. Transfer all. What do I need to bring back and forth? These guys, obviously. Keep twine in there. Let's keep... We're gonna just do basic crafting materials in these, like the amber. I don't think we need that. Food would be logical. Food would be good. Let me see. Debbie's box won't be connected to the building crafting like your other boxes. Yeah, I figured as much. I just need a safe transfer back and forth of materials. Let's see. Animal fiber prey. Not those, not those. 806 sticks. Please, God, make it make sense. What's going in there? You'll go in there. We will keep behind some of the sillier things that we've had to make. Fire in there, keep the arcane wicks, keep this guy. Let's see, this guy. Guys, it's time to I know. I'm so sad about it, Archer. I'm so glad that we had Dame Maggie Smith for as long as we did. It feels like it's such an honor and a privilege to have grown up in a time period where she was here. Genuinely so sad. It's one of those losses that it just hurts. Yeah, Dame Maggie Smith passed today, unfortunately. I'm really, really saddened about it. It's just heartbreaking. It really is just heartbreaking. There's nobody like her. All four of our main professors, I know. And you know what it has been getting me about it, Archer, too, in a way? Is the remake nonsense. Like, I'm not on team remake. I'm just not. I'm not a fan of doing this endlessly. I feel like there's certain things that just don't need to be remade that we could just leave alone. And that is definitely one of them. I wish that the original Harry Potter films, like, please, God, let's stop trying to have endless Harry Potter. Like, please, for the love of God, move on to their kids or something. Yeah, they're already remaking it, Archer, and it's really frustrating. Like, I find it just primally frustrating. I feel like they keep on remaking things that absolutely no one asked them to do. Right, Mama? It's a bummer. 89, it is awkward. I'm so delighted that we had her for as long as we did. 89 is a fantastic run, and honestly, she did so much for like, I feel like for entire generations of people, like, she was an inspiration, and she remains an inspiration. What I am very excited about is to see in the future who naturally kind of steps into those shoes and becomes the person that we look at and are like, wow, it's like Dame Maggie Smith come again, you know? I'll be very excited to see that in the future. She leaves behind such an enormous legacy. It's shoes that nobody could possibly necessarily fill, but there will be spiritual successors to her, and I'll be very excited to see who emerges, especially in the wake of her loss. Familiar names? Oh, Dizzy, I'm so happy. Did you guys come over from M's Raid? Well, time to rewatch Harry Potter, yeah. It is. You know, and I'll tell you guys something honestly, too. For me, I'm never gonna be team remake, fuck the copyright. You know what I mean? Like, the way that I look at it is I'm just like, I'm just not team any of it. I want them to leave stuff alone. Let people have their memories, let the copyright pass, and then let us start using the copyright, because honestly, the most ridiculous thing in my mind is that we all get hamstrung when it comes to copyright, and it's like, guys, please just let people create off of the backs of other creations. Yeah, I loved her in Hook, dude. I just loved her generally. Like, her entire vibe was just incredible. She never stopped being one of the coolest freaking people. I just want them to stop, and I want them to leave it alone. You know what I mean? You kind of get to a point where you're just like, all right, enough already. Don't remake things off of what ifs, yeah. Yeah. You get to a point where you're just like, it's become ridiculous. Documentary of her with 4 other dames. I did not awkward, but I'm gonna check that out. That would actually be awesome. I would love that so much. Let's see, 34. Oh, lol. Critical damage, magic power, stamina regen 3. The black umbrella look cuter, but better stats. Tired of remakes. I was so annoyed when they did a live action remake of Disney's Aladdin. Yeah, doing anybody else but Robin Williams as Genie was just a bad. That for me right there was just like a hell nah. That one was not about to be a thing that happened. I was like, no. Many things I have patience for, not that. Robin Williams, bless him. Poor thing. I'm so upset that we lost him. Tea with the Dames 2018. Thank you. I'm gonna check this out. I am so fascinated by that. Yeah, what happened with that? Did anybody see it? I did not go to see it, so I do not know anything about it. Probably for the better. But, I'll tell you guys this much. I continue to be not impressed with the Disney remakes. I wish that they would stop making everything in live action. I'm like, we actually want you to go back to your traditional animation. Most people want that at this point. We don't even like the Pixar animation anymore. We're like, please, for the love of God, enough. Enough with trying to make everything look like hyper-realistic animation, which is such a sentence, isn't it? Like, Nemo was great. Nemo was the right vibe for it. Please just now let it die. It's like, great, you gave us Nemo. Now never do this again. That would be my hope, Archer, because they keep on buying everything on top of it, which is just like, please. For the love of God. Enough with the corporate monopolies. We're at a point where it's like, I cannot stress enough how exhausting these corporate conglomerates are. Because, like, I mean, you guys know, we were talking about this a little bit with TwitchCon and all that business, but I think there comes to be a point at which, and it's going to be very interesting when we officially get there, I think there's going to be a point at which we realize that, like, we're letting the creative industries essentially get run into the ground, and then we're surprised when we don't have anything new. Judi Dench. Judi Dench. Oh my god, Judi Dench. I love Judi Dench. Yes. I definitely have to watch this. I definitely have to watch this. So I'm like, wait a minute, brothers. We want a what now? With a whom? Oh, thank you, God. Okay. At last. It's like, please. Alright, let's do that. What else do I need to do? Why am I forgetting things? Let's just toss wicks in, because I'll tell you right now what we're gonna need is an endless supply of wicks. Oh, because thread. Because of thread. I was like, There's a cheaper way for those rich corporations to get richer. Give me a real artist any day. Agreed. Agreed. I'm just not thrilled with the direction that we took this. I'm like, you know, I really miss the days when we were talking about AI as being like what would clean our house and not like what would make our art. It's very frustrating. You have an enchanting table. Good question, Minion. I think so. Talking shit and not giving a fuck. That's my favorite genre. That's my favorite style of lady, period. Elderly or otherwise. Offering recovery. Ooh. This is the one. No, it's regrowth. That's the one. Realm Address, Astrolabe Swamp. Let's see. Let's do that. Precisely, Mama. I literally just want AI to clean my house so that I have more time to create. I do not want AI for the purposes of actually doing that creation. Yeah, I saw some of the bounty cards. We haven't done too many of the Realm Effect cards. I think we will eventually. For now, we've been just kind of playing around. Just kind of getting used to it. Because believe it or not, we're not even that far into this game. I know it sounds insane, but we've spent so much time building and being cozy that it's just been like this very chill. Is an enchant, yeah. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. We haven't done Realm Effect. We haven't done too much with enchantments. I have a lot of damage ones on because usually we are constantly running around doing this stuff. Salads. Mushroom salad. 6-year-old biker with leather on and badass with a crossbow, right? Basically my entire life goals is just like, if you could ever hit the kind of uncaring, no fucks given attitude of those dames, like if that's attainable still in today's day and age, which unfortunately I'm increasingly believing that it's not because of the way that we treat especially the elderly in this country. But if it is still attainable, I want it. What kind of resources it takes to make a tiny cottage? I find the increased resources gathered to be really helpful, yeah. Oh yeah. I'm one of those people though who builds like a multi-tiered fortress on Conan and absolutely gives no thought whatsoever to how much time that it takes, because I never find it to be a waste of time. That's one thing about me that like, and it was very funny because I actually was fully yoked to somebody who like could not perceive of the idea that I enjoy building just for building's sake. Can't see me, can't stop me, exactly. I really just like building for building's sake, so I never really mind about harvesting the materials and stuff. I find it kind of relaxing. Like, the more times that we have to go out and fetch stuff, the more opportunities that there are to just like run into stuff and be able to enjoy it. Let's do this. Fast granny with gray hair, right? Some materials is therapeutic. Exactly. Exactly. It's also like this for me in Conan. Oh, that's right. I need to start making lenses. I get so interminably lazy in these games. That is one thing that I will say. Oh boy. That went outside the house. Marbled glass. Ooh, that's gonna be a fun one. Gonna be very pretty though. I love the little town I was building in the tavern in Conan. I know, I'm so excited for our Christmas event this year. So for those of you that don't know, and I'm calling it a Christmas event, I know that it's all winter holidays. I just, as a way of shortening and truncating the winter holidays, essentially we do an event where we are on, well, I know I'm on for 24/7 for very close to 2 weeks. But all my friends and I get together and do survival crafting games so that we can pretty much promote the idea that nobody should be spending the holidays alone. So if you guys are around and you want to join us, that is our jam. And we just do lots of cozy survival builds and just keep things nice and vibey. It's a wonderful time. Obviously, all of you are invited, and obviously we'll announce it well in advance of when we start it. But the whole idea is that, you know, we use the internet to make the holidays a less lonely time period, because unfortunately, for many people, it is not a happy time period. We're streaming this year as well. I'm so glad, dude. I am so glad. It's such a wonderful time. It really is. And I think it's very helpful because it's one of those practical things that like, well, what can you do to give back? Like, and it was a question that kind of came up for us as a community last year, and I was like, oh, well, simple. We could literally just be on and keep the spaces open. Which, especially for those with toxic family, it's like sometimes if you know that like If frankly, if you know that you have a place to go and escape to, especially for those who like really struggle during the holidays, I feel like your sanity just goes up by 150 points immediately. They're so cute. I'm in love with the alien dog. The alien dog is giving vibes. Is he laying down by my bed? That's so cute. Oh my god, he's so precious. He's like a Chihuahua mix. He's so good. I don't know how I feel about this cot. We're gonna see. Oh god, man, the beds are so ugly. That is the one thing that I will say. That I'm hoping that we get to have at some point like a 4-poster bed, because this is truly abhorrent. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm like, please, dear God, tell me that we get a 4-poster, because this is a... Ugh. Ugh. Thank you for the follow, dude. Appreciate that our mutual hatred of the metal cot brought us together, but thank you so much, dude, for taking the time to follow. Let me see, where do I want this? So I got very excited thinking that I would be able to place this in a sane location and not across a window like a psychopath. Hang on. I was like, why is the option across the window pane? It's just, oi. My sanity is not increased by that. Alright, let's put all of the obnoxious lighting in. What's the Regal lamppost? Ooh. Hello? Oh, we need oil. Will any oil do, or does it have to be specific? What did I need? Do I feel like bothering with all the crafting upgrades? Are we gonna need them? Let's see. Beams, refined masonry. What did I want to do? First of all, that. Maybe the mortar or the tanning. Okay. It's just basic, What do I need to make with this? Oh boy. My memory. There we go. That's what we needed. I was like, oh boy. Not my brain atrophying at just about the 5-hour mark, which is fine. That's pretty on brand. That's pretty on brand, because I'm also just realizing that I have not eaten today, and that probably needs to be rectified. I'm like, oh no. That awkward moment when? And did the croissant bread, the extra flaky croissant bread, did it actually survive my mother? These are all very exciting items of business that we must discover. At last. Alright, let's refill these. Yeah. I have the type of PTSD where sometimes I don't eat for 3 days, and then sometimes I eat on a regular basis. It's a very fun time. For those of you out there who also have PTSD, sending you love, because you know exactly what I'm talking about, most likely. I'm like, our brains are the kind of busy where we just don't remember that this exists. I'm also like that, unfortunately, about people. Please stay tuned to the state of the flaky croissant bread, right? Nah, you're fine. It's just one of those things where it's like, it's one of those things where, like, even with reminders, and I know for a fact that if Callie is lurking, Callie is screaming internally, because some weeks I am so good about remembering to eat, and then there are others where I am just actually atrocious, and it's mad. It's like the kind of thing where you just want to scream. It is important. But dear God, I wish my brain would register that. I should eat something, right? There you go. For those of you that know one of my favorite games, Kingdom Come Deliverance, feeling quite hungry. And every single time, right, Ella? Yeah, dude, it's one of these things where it's like, if you know, you know. And it's just every single time you're like, man, why are we like this? Feeling quite hungry, right? Oh, it does. It should be a sound. Wait, oh, we have to add that. That would be actually so sick. To just hear Henry spamming us with how hungry he is, and very accurately. I have to hear someone else cooking or making food before I... Yes. If I get super... Yep, hyper-focus. It's one of those things, too, where, like... And it's really interesting. I don't know if you guys have noticed this trend in, you know, the recent years, but, like, one thing that has been very fascinating to me is whenever people were talking about this idea that, like, it's just a trend, or it's just a trend to be neurodivergent, I'm like, do you understand how subtle that some of these symptoms actually are? I'm like, generally, if you're vibing with a population to the point where 90% of what comes out of someone's mouth, you're like, yes, I agree with this. I'm like, it might be worth examining. It might be worth checking out. No guarantees, but you know, it doesn't hurt. Mimir's brother sound. Yes, please, thank you, Phoenix, because I swear to God, every single day, I stray a little further from God, because I just can't remember to put Mimir in this damn chat. One day when I get my life together and remember things. Oh, I'm so sorry, dude. Because I'm a lady streamer, we don't always do hyperlinks in chat just because we've had some real doozies. But if you would like to DM it to either Phoenix or Sinnoh at this moment, they should be able to post the link. Unfortunately, I've had to deal with weird shit. Oh, listen to me, yes. Oh, yes, yes, yes. I will remember this. Thank you. I also have to bug Offroad because I haven't heard Offroad's request for audio. I'm like, we may not be doing chat entries anymore because of the overstimulation, but chat sounds we will always have. But that's one of those things too, where it's like, it's very interesting when you try to explain overstimulation to folks and they're like not getting it. I'm like, it's not personal. I'm like, I promise it's never personal when neurodivergent people get very like overstimulated by something that happens. You know what I mean? Well, that one, yeah, exactly. Fasteners in a reservoir. Oh, I remember why. This is why this drove me insane. Oh my goodness, my stress level. Oh, can I just leave them? Oh boy, but just sitting here feels so wrong. Everything in my culinary senses is like, absolutely not. How did I do this at the other house? I like placed it on the fire very delicately. Yeah, like there. Thank you. I appreciate that because that will be the thing that reminds me. Funny enough. Oh boy. Why does this thing exist? Oh, because it's a tier 1 thing. I didn't even need that for the tier. Okay. That's hilarious. Oh, and speaking of starving, my character is also quietly starving. Chicken pot pie soup makes me so jealous. The good news is that I'm actually getting hungry. I know that you're all just like, oh my god, why is this woman like this? I know, I don't know. I would love to know what happens inside of my brain that causes this. In fact, I should know it from a background in neuro, but believe it or not, actually, when I was still in neuroscience. Let's switch clips! Would there be a better place to post? No, you're fine. Feel free to pop it in there if you'd like. Basically the whole, ooh, my goodness, this looks so pretty in the evening light. And just like that, squirrel brain has taken over. Pastures and reservoir. Oh, it has to actually be made first. Dum-da-dum. Dum-da-dum. But no, believe it or not, when I was still in neuroscience, the idea that folks have autism was like a baffling concept to many of my colleagues. And I was like, I'm not sure if I'm overreacting, but this seems a bit ridiculous. I was like, what? It was one of those things where I was like, we're also autistic. That's the real question. That's the true question. Thank you. Yes, that part louder. For others in the back who didn't hear it the first time. Yes, that is such a, oh my god, yes. Oh my god. That part louder. It was a time in my life, let me tell you guys. I was also, and I mean Minion, you're gonna really appreciate this. So I was basically in a room with people who are like, we make models of PTSD. We are these absolutely fantastic, super elitist. Like you honestly would not have wanted to hang out with these people. They were not fun, I would say, on a long-term basis. But one thing that I always found deeply hilarious is that they'd be like, we make these amazing models for PTSD, and then there their graduate student is with their hair falling out in clumps, and they have not even asked them how they are in, like, weeks. Were they snobs? Beyond snobs. It was, like, beyond the worst snobbery that you've ever seen in your life. And then in addition, the model of what you are supposed to be making and working on these models for is like standing in front of you in your own graduate lab, and yet you pretend that you don't see them. I was like, I'm going to lose it. Right, Minion? I was like, you know what? There was a moment also where Minion's gonna appreciate this. Actually, anybody who's ever had a boss who would like intellectually try and like dominate the situation. So my former boss confidently misunderstood the meaning of the word attenuate at a conference. So he was explaining the data that I had just spent over 190 hours collecting, analyzing, reproducing, and putting on a poster incorrectly to a high-profile colleague. So he was like, his understanding of the data was the reverse of what the graph showed. And I was like watching on this person's face as we both realized in real time that my boss didn't know the meaning of the word attenuate. So I couldn't handle it, and I was basically just like, trying to be calm, but I was just like, what is the meaning of this word? Could you could you check out the word? And I was like trying to like very subtly point it out without like being a dick. But it just wasn't getting through, and so eventually it just turned into one of those cases where you're just like, I need you to look up this word on Google right now before you ever say this to somebody else. I was like, in my mind, I have died 100 times. It's just like, I am begging you to look this up. It's one of those moments where you like feel yourself about to become the Joker, and I was like, man. I was like, I have all of the sanity right now that the gods gave to an angry hornet's nest. Or all the patience as well. Enjoy, so I hope the rest of work goes okay. Hey, I'm a poet who didn't know it. There you go, right? The best kind. Also Ruth Sardo from the Three Pines series, which if you guys know anything about me, you know that those are my favorite books in the entire world. I'd be willing to go to bat for those books. It's answered in no uncertain terms. Well, here's the saddest part is that most of them didn't know what the lab equipment does because they hadn't used it in so many years, which like at the one hand I assume is like the goal, right? It's like you have students working for you so like you don't have to pay attention to these things. But it was kind of one of the more interesting parts of the job that like sometimes you would be in this professional sphere and you're like, I am begging you to do the bare minimum. I'm like, I am begging you to use the supercomputer in your pocket to look up a word. It was a weird place to be in too, because you're like, I don't want to presume that this person is like willfully being the worst. What in the world does this contribute to? I just have a random meat grinder. I was like, I'm assuming that they're not trying to be the worst, but they're. It's in moments, Minion. There's moments. We were talking about it extensively last night, because I was like, I realized that that's what I figured. But you know when you don't see the little line appear and you're like, look. We were talking about horror games earlier. That's all I'm gonna say about that one. Almost failed 7th grade because the teacher had everything online and graded by AI. Yeah. Yeah, which to me is one of the more frightening things that we're seeing now with AI. Is this gonna hurt the— hang on. I can't put this on the floor because we have pets. I cannot be out here having pets and then have this on the floor. My brain will just absolutely atrophy. Don't worry, pets. Much better that it snaps my hand than them. Yeah, I'm horrified by the consequences of what all of the online learning is going to produce in these students. And oh, Emmy, that's so cute. I love it when you can cuddle up with a pet and they just are a balm for your wounds. I'll tell you this much, I would say that about Raja, except that he farts, and when he does, he actually kills me. He spares not one thought for his mother. I heal. They might not. Yeah, I'm not risking it. We can't be risking that with the pets in the house. That will just be... There's certain things that in... Oh, by the way, guys, so for those of you that are new to my content, there are certain things that will just never happen. If for any reason a game kills a pet, we just stop playing the entire game. Like, I need you guys to understand that I completely stopped watching Sandman, will not proceed or pass go or collect 200 because of how much gratuitous animal death that there was in the beginning of that. So we're the kind of people here where like, we ain't doing the animal dying. So just so that you guys know, if you ever recommend a game, it's always a good thing to toss in there that like, hey, no animals die in this, or if they do, it's like purely because it's a survival game, not like, oh, gratuitous pet death, because that's one of those things in a game that like, as much as I've historically loved games like Until Dawn, when I tell you guys that the heart attack that I had believing that something was going to happen to that dog. I laughed so hard I scared the cats. Listen, that's a vibe. Darn it. Oh wait, this is so pretty. Wait, are we having like a cozy rainy day? Oh, it's so cozy. Peak cozy. How can I possibly leave under these constraints? It says we're back 10 seconds before I'm back. I would refresh. That might be stream delay. I'm not sure. I have it preset so that it plays when we get back, but I understand that there's sometimes a lag between different devices and stuff. It can be very subtle, which is one of the more frustrating aspects I have to tell you guys about it. You can make coffee in this game, but you can't make hot chocolate. I'm so sad about that. Croquette sometimes farts when he's scared. Just that entire sentence is Croquette farts when he's scared, and that is the cutest thing I have ever heard in my life. What did I put on this? Hang on. I'm so sad that you can't make hot cocoa. That's such a loss. I've also been glitchy all day, yeah. Honestly, I'm impressed that it's only in that constraint. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no. Absolutely no. I would actually rather... Thank God that we found this out this way. You must go. All of them must go. This is the most hideous thing I've ever... That's unacceptable. It's like the big light. It's like the big light has entered the game. Unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. No. Never. I'll become the Joker. I can't. I can't. But I know he does. Ansel likes to sleep under his... That's so... He really said tuck me in or bust. I love it. Oh, no, you're fine. Listen, I think for me, the funniest thing has been that in the last month, Twitch has had more issues. And it's like specifically with my stream, so everybody keeps mentioning it to me. And I'm like, guys, I wish I could do something. Like, I'd like to do something for y'all. I can't. I'm like, I'm sorry that Twitch is being twitchy. It's just so hideous. Why is the light white? Get out of here with this white light. It's like when people have white light bulbs in lamps. It really sends me. It really... I don't know if maybe it's a holdover from having worked in the laboratory or something, but like, it just cannot be. It must always be... It needs to always be mood lighting. Like, this is hideous. Why isn't that an amber light? I just... My internet provider has no real Oh, no. Oh, Minion, I'm so sorry. The phone is resting on the cat. Oh, that's so cute. I also love that Ansel wants to be tucked in. That's very precious. I think these are safe. These better be safe. Oh my dear God. You have amber glass, but don't give off an amber... This is how people become the Joker. Candles all day. All the way. This is... There's just something particularly insidious about... Like, I cannot explain to you guys why I cannot stand it. I just cannot. I'm not built this way. If light is not amber, then to me, I'm just like... How do we become Two-Face? Oh, good question. You know, that is a good question. Thank God I can repurpose the molded glass. Railway lamps. Railway lamps and candles will be our savior. Not that this really needs all of that. Not that this really needs actually all that. Fire hazard? God, I'm having so many squirrel moments. Alright, let's see. What else do we need here? I love how I was like, yes, I must go and eat food. And then I'm like, infinite crafting stream. It's fine. It's definitely healthy. 100% normal. God, I'm just so confused. Good. Nice reading chair. Oh my goodness gracious. I didn't actually make the rope, did I? No, of course not. Normal is not equivalent to healthy. I know. I know. But normative does have its benefits. Mainly for blending. Think of him and he just kept his head turned away from the angle, and then Emmy, there's Raja, who spiritually sensed I was about to text Callie a picture of him, and literally, why is the- okay, hang on. Breathe, deep breath, deep breath. Inhale, 3. Hold. Exhale on 3. What in the name of the flying shit is this doing with white light? I'm just... We must stare at the sky and take a deep breath. Phoenix, the light coming out of all of these things is white instead of a pleasant, soft amber. It just... Sometimes you face things in life that are just too much, and you know what, stream? This is a really good time for me to go and get food. And for me to take a break for today. So that we can pick this up tomorrow. First feel relaxed with and actually sleep in. I mean, that's like the highest privilege. You're telling me that animals feel safe with me? Thank you so much, guys. Everybody, thank you so much for the love and support today. Thank you guys so much for the subs, the follows. This has been such an absolute blast. Thank you so much to everyone who came in from M's raid, and thank you, M, her very self. I cannot wait to come and pop by and chat. We are going to have such an amazing time, and I am looking so much forward to it. Guys, it has been wonderful to hang out with you, whether you know us long time, whether you're meeting us for the first time. It has been a blast. I will be back tomorrow. We are going to be on still pretty early in the day, so it's probably going to be around the same time frame. We do pop around a little bit time frame wise, so if you'd like the most current updates on when I will next be live, please feel free to hit up the Discord. We are a very friendly bunch. We'd love to have you. Oh, I love it. And anytime, Mama. Thank you so much. You too, Harley, and it's so good to see you guys. Emmy, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your cozy time, and that the kitties have a wonderful nap. I will be, Phoenix. So who are you raiding? Probably no one today. I think tonight we're just gonna log because I do not have the mental headspace to hang with anybody today. However, if any of the friends are alive, do feel free to hit them up. For the full roster,